Check 1 2 3. Hello. Sustainability is not just a goal, it is a responsibility, a vision, and a commitment to shaping a future where progress and preservation go hand in hand. Good afternoon, our Honorable Chief Guest, Srimati Meenakshi Lekhi Ma'am, former Minister of State for External Affairs and Culture of India, distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, and dear attendees. My name is Tejaswini Gautam, a research scholar from Department of Petroleum Engineering at Pandit Deendayal Energy University. And it is truly an honor to host this prestigious conclave. I warmly welcome you all to the India Sustainability Conclave 2025. Our world, one future, 17 goals to guide us towards a sustainable tomorrow. This international conclave, organized by the Department of Science and Technology, Technology Enabling Center at PDEU in collaboration with Springer Nature, aims to unite experts, researchers, innovators, and academicians from across the globe. At this crucial juncture, accelerating progress towards achieving the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals is imperative, particularly in attaining a zero carbon footprint and eliminating harmful emissions by 2070. This two-day conclave will foster dialogue through a series of roundtable discussions spanning energy, health, and water. We will explore cutting-edge advancements in science and technology, underscoring sustainability's vital role in shaping a resilient future. Through collaboration and innovation, we aspire to create actionable pathways towards a sustainable and equitable world for generations to come. As we embark on this journey of bridging science with sustainability, we begin with the auspicious lamp lighting ceremony. This sacred light symbolizes knowledge, enlightenment, and our collective commitment to a sustainable future. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Venkatesh, MD, Springer Nature, Dr. Shankaran, Advisor, DST and Eminent Professor, Professor S. Sundar Manoharan, our Director General at PDEU, Professor Anirbit Sirkar, Director of School of Energy Technology, our Registrar, Colonel Dr. Rakesh Srivastava, Meenakshi Lekhi Ma'am, the former Minister of State for External Affairs and Culture of India, Dr. Vinny Johri, Director, Education Industry, Microsoft India, Dr. Namrata Bisht, and Dr. Roshni Kumari from PDPU to lamp this ceremonial lamp. प्रज्वलन केवल एक परंपरा नहीं बल्कि ज्ञान, ऊर्जा और सकारात्मकता का प्रतीक है। यह प्रकाश हमें अंधकार से उजाले की ओर, अज्ञान से ज्ञान की ओर और स्थिरता की दिशा में आगे बढ़ने की प्रेरणा देता है। आइए इस पावन दीप प्रज्वलन के साथ सम्मेलन की शुभ शुरुआत करते हैं। Now, I would like to invite Professor Anirbit Sirkar, the Director of School of Energy Technology, to felicitate Professor S. Sundar Manoharan, our Director General, with a bouquet and a shawl. To provide insights into PDEU's role in energy, research and sustainability, I invite Dr. S. Sundar Manoharan, the Director General of PDEU, a distinguished academician and scientist with over 3 decades of experience in material science, nanotechnology and chemical sciences. I would like Sir to kindly felicitate Srimati Meenakshi Lekhi ma'am with a bouquet and a shawl. Next, I would like to invite our DG Sir to kindly felicitate Venkatesh Sarvasiddhi Sir, the Managing Director at Springer Nature India, with a bouquet and a shawl. Now, I would like to invite Professor Anirbit Sirkar to kindly felicitate Dr. K. Shankaran, the advisor at DST 1819 scheme, Professor of Eminence in Biotechnology, National Networking Consultant at Anna University, to kindly felicitate with a bouquet and a shawl. Now, I would like to request Professor Anirbit Sirkar to kindly stay on stage to felicitate Dr. Vinny Johri, the Director Education Industry, Microsoft India, with a shawl and a bouquet. Next, I would like to invite our Registrar, Colonel Dr. Rakesh Srivastava, to kindly felicitate Dr. Akhori Bishwapriya, the Deputy Director General at Geological Survey of India, Jharkhand Division, to kindly felicitate with a shawl and a bouquet.
गानों वाला कीपैड फोन धमाकेदार साउंड के साथ कारवा मोबाइल।
Now, I would like to invite our Director General, Sir, to kindly come to the stage and give his keynote speech.
Good afternoon to everyone. It's my pleasant duty to extend a warm welcome to each and every one of you for this unique program that brings nature, Springer, and the academia and the industry together. We are deeply grateful to this, to all those who are gracing this occasion, because in my 35 years of journey as an academician, I have never seen a publishing agency co-partnering with academia to look at the vital issues surrounding SDG goals. And I think there is a great power in coming together of this sort. This has caught the attention of all the stakeholders, including government, industry, academia, and the society as well. I'm extremely happy that we are together. Apologize for the slight delay, but we ensure that the program will go in time. When I looked at the program, there are 5 keynotes. There can only be 1 keynote address, and we are greatly honored to have our distinguished chief guest, Mrs. Meenakshi Lekhi ma'am. I'm sure we have a very separate introduction to it, so I don't want to steal that joy. But it is so humbling to have her with us. Last 2 days I was with her in Assam as well, and we have been in different forums. But the vision that she has captured for our nation, and the way she is influencing those who are near and far, and those who are in the industry as well as in the academia, is very contagious. And I think there can be no better person than Madam being the chief guest for this unique conclave. I also want to thank Springer Nature for igniting this thought. In fact, they bulldozed this idea of coming together. We are not used to this, aligning with a publishing agency, but then we felt there is a different spirit in their call, in their proposal. Then we thought we should come together in this fashion. I want to thank all the management of the PDEU for letting us have this unique program. For those who are new to this conclave, we are not too far from here. We ourselves feel strange. When I see all my colleagues here, probably this is the first time we are coming to GIFT City. Otherwise, we have a very beautiful campus where we have all our events. So having said that, I just want to share what is the burning need within us. What is the fire that we are carrying today about this conclave, and how important it is and how urgent it is. The question is, if we are not volunteering to come to the place where the SDG goals need to be championed, then the question is who? And if it is not now, when? Therefore, there is a sheer urgency. We are all not wasting our time. We have precious engagement, but this topic calls for urgency and also for coming together and consider this issue. So, without taking more time, I would request your attention for maybe 5 minutes or 7 minutes. I would like to place our compulsion, how much academia is constrained towards this goal of sustainability, and why academia should not despise this clarion call that has come from the society and from the government as well. So, to all the stakeholders here, I especially want to share how much academia has to escalate and what is the dire need towards this sustainable development goal. Please, I would like to run through a few slides to drive home this point. Do we have the presentation? Oh, yes. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Just a second.
Yeah. Okay. Thank
Next
you.
one.
No. Here. I don't want to talk Anil with these.
This one.
Yes, thank you.
Just a second.
Yeah. Okay. Got it. Thank you. Somebody has to remind me. I would request Shivaraman to alert me after 5 minutes so that I can limit my slides. The academic fellows are very dangerous if you call them for keynote, because our clock runs for full 50 minutes. But that is not allowed today. So thank you. Okay. This is something that should set our hearts on fire. This is a recent projection as to financial year 26. What is the compulsion? You all know about it, so I don't want to tell about Prime Minister's vision, which has been contagious across the nation. Now here, if you see, there is 60 lakh of skilled people required only in electronics manufacturing. And as you know, as we sit here in Gujarat, there is another state which is also catching the same fever, that is Assam. So we were there to catch up what's going on with Assam as well. 60 lakhs. The question is, from the academia, what is our contribution? And how many people whom we train, let's say in VLSI, are specific to this domain, that we can keep them academically brilliant and also industrially relevant? The question is that we need to rise up to the occasion, because the industry is not happy with just what we teach. So this is another question that I want to pose. Low on energy, renewable energy sector likely to create 1.7 million direct and indirect jobs by 2027. 2027. I see a lot of academic faces here. So I just want to ask one question. You don't have to lift up your hands. How many of you have touched a silicon panel? You would have seen. How many of you have touched a silicon panel? Number one. Number two, how many of you have touched a silicon cell? Number three, how many of you were part of manufacturing a silicon cell? I'm just talking about this audience. Now that will answer the question that we have to become restless, we have to become adaptive, and we have to accommodate everything that it takes to meet these numbers. So the third question, this is not tilted towards semiconductor or energy, but this is on the soft skill aspects as well. This is on the IT, AI, which we often keep hearing. You talk on the left side is all the theory that we are teaching, but are they really ready for the industry? That's the question. So we need to have a hands-on. Now I'll switch over. This slide really made me restless. We all think about NSDC as one of the skill agency, or from the Ministry of Skill Development. But there are so many sector skill councils. The question that I want to pose to my fellow academicians here from other universities or maybe from industry, how many of these skill sector councils do we vouch or we are directly engaged? The answer is less than 2. Now we know that we are seriously disconnected from skilling those who are needed in the industry, and therefore this is a challenge. Now this drives home a point that we need to have this as a national agenda, and perhaps all the academia need to revolve around this one theme of creating a brigade, a skill brigade for our nation. I want to share maybe 1 or 2 case studies only before I finish. My 5 minutes I will try to stick on. See, at PDEU, we are developing a culture which is different from the regular teaching and research. We are evolving more as a Section 8. The reason is it is not a fancy, but unless we bring our skill training to a Section 8 mode, we will not be able to bring the right type of machinery, we will not be able to engage in a way that our NSQF level ranking is needed for skilling. Therefore, this is the evolving trend. And being an energy university, our mission is not only limited to energy, where we are plowing deep and wide on the energy transition, net zero compliance, but we are also into Make in India and Skill India initiative. So, how do we achieve that? This is the model that we propose. Equally try to take the government and the industry together. And this is what we call it as triple helix model, and this is my 11th year as a vice chancellor of a university. I have to confess that I have never seen a university like PDEU where there has been extraordinary partnership that we have enjoyed both from the government and the industry. I am very, very thankful to the stakeholders. I think we should give a big hand because I see most of the PDEU. Often I keep telling in some of the debates, if only government and the local industries partner in the manner with which they engage with PDEU, I think the entire nation will rise up to the occasion. So we are very privileged. But the fourth aspect that we are trying to bring in is what we are becoming is immediately try to make sure that we are becoming relevant to the society. So the societal impact is what we are trying to nurture by way of hand-holding with the government and the industry. And these are our efforts. You can see so many centers of excellence have emerged in the last 5 years or so. I'm thankful to all the stakeholders, our deans, our HODs, our directors have been brilliant in engaging. And the crux of the issue is the bold-faced letters that you see against every center. Unless we have a credible partner from an industry or from a government, our center of excellence initiatives usually become a damn squib. We don't really see the fire because it dies down. So it is very important to cohort. So I just want to give a spread of how each of the niche areas where we have invested more than 180 crore, we are able to prepare the right sort of skill set because we have a unifying partners both from the government and industry. I will show another thing. I already saw Dr. Sankaran is touching on this topic, so I will not talk more about the translational readiness level. I think his agenda was there. Therefore, I just want to tell as a university how do we map the technologies, the areas that needs to be pushed. And this is where the funding comes into picture, the basic research comes into picture, the technology development comes into picture, and last of all, in the TRL level 7 to 9, we are overly investing into the prototype and patenting and also trading our license of the technology, and some of this are already seen the show. So we are very grateful to our stakeholders who have made it happen. And this is one which was dedicated on the Christmas day. Unfortunately, our own people couldn't attend this event because it was a holiday. But our Honorable Chief Minister dedicated this facility. I want to tell you, this semiconductor facility is drawing a lot of attention in every day, in newspaper, everywhere. But you will not believe all these machines were ferried from the manufacturing site of Micron, both from Singapore and Malaysia. And yesterday we had the trainers program, and the bunch of Micron employees are going to start the training from the coming week. And this is happening at academic front. Usually we think we need to populate our guys in the industry, but it's actually happening on the reverse. Industry is bringing their people to be trained at the academia, and this is the creed that we need to build, and this is the momentum that we need to pick up. So you can see how we have detailed the stuff. This is another story. There's a movie on this, but I think we need to celebrate this partnership. As you see here, this is a production line for solar PV panel. If any of you in the audience have not seen it, you should go to our campus. We can organize a tour during these 2 days. But this amount of risk taking and investment is needed if we really want to do skilling, and then it can become sustainable. Now, when we talk about sustainable development goals, from the academia, the sustainable development is all about skilling and empowering our skill set. So every student has to be completely in tune and should be exposed to the technologies where the demand is. We are very happy because we have Shell, L&T and BP cohorting with us, and we have many international partners, MNC partners, who are also into many of these domains. And this is on the additive manufacturing, and this is a beautiful set where we dream of something like a MIT that should happen. And the laser pointer is not working, but you can see there near the sports arena, the entire hub is turning out to be a manufacturing skill training hub. And this is the way PDEU is trying to work on it. And last of all, I'm very happy to tell you that in spite of all these efforts, NSDC has come with a very unique partnership where we can set up another Section 8 company for skilling in almost all domains that I have highlighted here. And I want to really thank the Ministry of Skill Development. If any of you are here, we request you to be a part of the celebration when we are launching this new Center of Excellence for Skill Development with NSDC. And we are going to offer online, offline and hybrid programs, and the skilling will be based on NSQF level, which will also amount to giving credits to them, and it will be translated into academic bank of credits. I have never been so satisfied than what I feel now. And now that the publishing agency is also joining with us, calling the attention of the academia into the SDG goals, I feel this particular conclave will be the beginning of great things to come. And I am already sensing that this is not going to die down. It will really proliferate. This synergy will continue on. And I want to really thank each and every one of you for taking time to be with us, and especially the academic partners from the other institutions. We really want to go with you in not only joining in collaboration, but also sharing all our facilities that we have created for skilling. Thank you once again, and I especially want to thank Meenakshi ma'am for gracing this occasion, and all my colleagues who made this event come through, and special thanks to Springer Nature, Mr. Venkatesh and the entire team. Thank you.
Thank you, DG sir, for your powerful insights. Under your visionary leadership, PDEU continues to thrive as a global hub for clean energy research and innovation. Now, I would like to call upon Mr. Venkatesh to kindly felicitate our DG sir with a memento. Thank you, sir. Now, it is my privilege to invite Professor Anirbit Sirkar, the Director of School of Energy Technology at PDEU. He is currently the head of Center of Excellence for Geothermal Energy and also the coordinator of 22 technology enabling centers across India. With vast expertise in petroleum exploration, geothermal energy, and sustainable solutions, he, along with his research team, has led India's first electricity generation for geothermal resources in Unai, Gujarat. Sir, we invite you to introduce the forum and deliver your keynote address.
Honorable Mrs. Lekhi, the Director General of PDEU, Dr. Shankaran, the Springer Nature Group, I have a big responsibility to talk for next 15 minutes on what is sustainability, and that will create a tone for the workshop which we are doing for the next 2 days. We all know what is sustainability, but I will talk in very layman language to see how it has an effect in the discussion which has happened in COP28 and recently also in COP29 in Baku, and we'll see that where India need to go. As our Director General has already discussed the efforts which we are taking towards the sustainable goals, I will create an auto-suggestion in the mind of people who are sitting here that all of us has a responsibility to work on couple of SDGs which we have grouped, and we will go through it. And briefly, I'll show some of the efforts which PDEU has taken towards the 7 renewable energy which has been identified. As a petroleum person, our job was to work on fossil fuel, but this transition to renewable energy is a need of the hour, and we have adapted ourselves for a slow transition from petroleum to renewable energy. As we can see, energy sustainability refers to the ability to be happy with what we have today in the universe, but we cannot spoil for the future generation. We should optimally use the sustainable resources which are there without compromising the future. This was mentioned in the Paris Agreement and has been showcased year after year in various COPs. And we will also do a small analysis to see, are we really successful towards the climate resilience which is coming from the energy sustainability. If you see in this slide that couple of things need to be looked into which are the key enablers to make the climate resilience, and one of them is policy. Of the renewable energy, there are many sectors still, and we will see that the policies are either not very clear or the policies need to be worked out so that people who are engaged in these sectors can freely deploy the technology which they are innovating. Sir has told that NSDC is helping us in the training of the skilled and unskilled manpower, and that is the second sectors which we would like to look into, that do we have enough manpower to deploy this technology? Do they understand the transitions? Do we have enough funding for climate resilience? And that is another sector which need to be looked after. And that is the reason when we are working in the DST Tech, we are trying to see that how the grassroots level people are working on this SDG. Other thing is the energy security, which is very, very important. And although it's talked very easily on energy security, a detailed understanding on the attributes of energy security need to be also discussed. So these are some of the points which can be a part of the white paper which India is working upon, and we'll see some of the slides where India has progressed in at least two technologies, which is solar and wind. As far as energy sustainability in India is concerned, there is definitely a renewable energy growth. There is energy transition and efficiency. We are working on the decarbonization. And one of the points which India has found out in August 2024, when our Honorable Prime Minister talked about geothermal and emerging technologies, where PDEU has done a lot of work and would do in the future. Sustainable transportation is also important, and you can see on the right side, I have made it in red bold letters, is that India's role in global energy transition is driving a cleaner future with non-fossil fuel, although the transition will be slow, now at 45% capacity and a bold target of 500 gigawatt by 2030. If you see the energy security, there has to be, as I told, access to technology. The smart grids which are there need to be remodified in order to take the fullest capacity. Flexibility for high renewable electricity generation. We also need to do a demand side energy security analysis, and we should believe in the 4 A's of energy security, which is availability, accessibility, there is the affordability, and whether we can accept it. So these are the things which are required to be once again pondered upon for the energy security. We know that in the COP28 and 29, we have seen how the temperature change in the global surface is looked at. What is the change from 1862 to 2025? Is there a temperature difference change of 1.5 degrees or 2 degrees Celsius? Are we able to keep that temperature change over a period of time? And that gives a sustainability. So this is very important point which has been talked about, and we will see the climate performance index. Where do India stand? So we see there are major reasons for change of the climate. This can be natural or man-made, but we know that there is a lot of changes happening in the ocean, where there are changes in the ocean current, there is a tilt in the earth, there is a change in the eccentricity, there is volcanic eruptions, and that probably is affecting our climate, and can we control some of them is a matter which we need to ponder. On the left side, you can see there are many things which has been put across that where the researchers are working, like how is the rain and the snow patterns look like? Is the storms which are happening are more stronger? What is the humidity pattern which is going on? What is the current change within the ocean? And are they affecting the climate? If you see on the right, most of the diseases which are happening in the human sector are because of the change in the climate, which we need to look into. If you see on the right side of this slide, India is in top 10 for 5th year in a row, and you can see there were no one in 1 to 3 as far as CCPI is concerned, which is the ranking in 2023. But heartening to see that from 2014 to 2023, we have climbed from 31 to 7. So India is doing fairly good as far as the CCPI ranking is concerned. And that brings us to the carbon footprint. We know that this is an important thing. Those who are working in the petroleum sectors know that we should be very careful as far as the greenhouse emission is concerned. And that is the reason we are transitioning from the petroleum sector into the renewable sector. And it is indirectly and directly caused by individuals, organizations, and other products like mostly when we are working in the cement and steel production, that is a major contributor of the carbon footprint. So our efforts in PDEU, as we can see, is to reduce the carbon footprint. It is very easy to say that by 2070, we will be coal down to. But when COP29 analyzed, we find that coal will go beyond 2070. We cannot despise the use of coal, and coal will remain. So the recent Baku COP29 was satisfying, but there are many issues which has been brought out, especially from the methane emission, which is more dangerous than the carbon dioxide emissions. COP28 had 4 things which were mentioned. Global stock take, where do we stand as far as the Paris Agreement is concerned? Energy transition commitment, are we doing great? We talked about coal down to that time, and we gave a target 2070, which was analyzed once again in COP29, and we are far behind. Methane emission, we gave about 1 billion, which was a new grant announced for cutting methane and reducing the methane content. We also talked about a climate finance, which was 85 billions per year, which was given. We have rose it to 300 billion in COP29. So we'll go to the COP29, 4 things: climate functions, new goal set at $300 billion per year by 2035, carbon market agreement on international carbon exchange and trading, which was shown in Article 6.4. As I told, that methane reduction, 30+ countries pledged to cut methane, and also there was an additional $800 million which was given to the countries which are affected by the climate actions. So in order to do so, the Sustainable Development Goals, and I think the lady who was speaking about the 17 Sustainable Development Goal, the climate action, which is 13, should be entangled with the goal which is zero hunger, that is SDG 2, and the SDG 15, which is life on earth, that is actually is SDG 13, that is actually is our goal. So if we go one by one, we can see the same thing is talked here, and I will not read because of paucity of time or explain more, but the point which is important in SDG 13 is to strengthen the climate related hazards and natural disasters. And that is the reason we are transitioning from the renewable sectors, which is hydropower, wind, solar, bioenergy, marine, and geothermal. And we have added green hydrogen recently. So if you see that in PDEU also, we are working on these 7 sectors which are there in the renewable energy. And we can see the first energy where a lot of research should happen is the hydro energy. And in this hydro energy, the captive power between 2 reservoirs, which are at 2 different heights, with a height of about 500 meters, and the reservoir which are size of an Olympic swimming pool, will create an additional 300 gigawatt of electricity. So are we prepared to work on this on a closed loop which is attached to the river, or of the river which is on a open loop system? So this is one area which India should look, because there is no potential which has been estimated correctly even in a stochastic sense. The second one is the wind energy. We are fairly good in the wind energy as far as the turbine is concerned, as far as the blades is concerned, as far as the nacelle is concerned, but where we are missing is the offshore wind energy. And we know that policies has come out that can we work in the Gulf of Cambay and in the offshore Tamil Nadu, and many companies had bidded for the same. We have potentials. We have a surface potential of 46 gigawatt, which has been also the P10 number is 76 gigawatt of Indian capacity. We need to work on the same. The other one is the wind energy, how you can see. So PDEU is working on a very innovative project on a horizontal trumpets type wind energy, which we would like to integrate in the geopark in Unai. While we have integrated and hybridized solar with geothermal, we would like to bring a trumpet type horizontal wind turbine in the geopark which we have created. As sir has told, we are working on a 1 megawatt solar plant, and we are also working on a 45 megawatt of solar production. The India is well placed with a capacity and potential of 96 gigawatt of solar, of which most of them are ground mounted solar. We know, and madam is here, that there is a scheme which was given in 2024, which is Prime Minister's Solar House or Solar Ghar, which is the rooftop solar, and about 300% increase is there as far as rooftop solar, and additional 46 gigawatt is planned for the rooftop solar, and already the work is in progress. We have many innovations which is on the solar panels, which are monocrystalline, polycrystalline, and perovskite studies which are coming with a new research focused on the same. As far as role of PDEU is concerned in solar energy, I have already told that we are working extensively on the solar, and we have contributed not only technically, but we have also been part of the policy development for Gujarat. We are also good in bioenergy, and some of the colleagues who are sitting here has also converted bioenergy from the non-edible oils by the process of transesterification. DST Tech has also worked on the biodiesel and also have done blending of biodiesel with diesel. We have gone up to 40% of blending, and we are doing research on the same. We are also working on the power of food drying using solar biomass in PDEU, and this prototype is available, and we are working on the same. The tidal energy is another thing which is unexplored. There are tidal energy which is present in the Gulf of Cambay, in Saurashtra offshore, and also there are tidal energies in the deltas of Sundarban. So there has been an additional 76 gigawatt which has been found potential, but we have not done much work on the tidal energy. In the geothermal energy, we have done some work as far as PDEU is concerned. PDEU has worked in drilling wells for geothermal and generated electricity. It has created a geopark which has all the aspects of generating electricity from geothermal, and we are working with MNRE in order to come out with a policy on geothermal energy. These are some of the glimpses of the geothermal energy exploitation in Dholera, and the next slide talks about the geopark which has been created in geothermal energy in Unai. The last point which I would like to talk is the green hydrogen production. Green hydrogen is coming in a big way. PDEU has three routes of creating green hydrogen. We have not only generated green hydrogen from intermittent current which has been produced from geothermal, we are also doing research in storing green hydrogen in cylinders, and that is an innovative project which is also helping us for contributing into the renewable sector. We have also blended renewable energy with blended hydrogen with CNG and tested on the blending, which is another method of reducing the carbon footprint, and we have showcased this to our Honorable President. Can we improve on the blending? And we have worked on the same. Before I end my talk, I would also like to talk on another effect which is very important today, which is the sequestration of the carbon dioxide. We have captured the carbon dioxide. I have my colleagues here who has captured 1 TPD of carbon dioxide and has also traded this, as I was telling you, to a company in USA called Sustain. But what we are trying to do is to pump this carbon dioxide in the subsurface to improve the oil recovery. We have done in a field in improvement of the oil recovery, which is funded by Climate Change Department, and we have seen that there is a 1% change in the recovery factor, which is a big amount as far as the tertiary recovery is concerned. This can go on continuing, but I just wanted to prepare a background for the discussion which will happen next 2 days, and I'll stop here for the benefit for other speakers. I wish DST Tech all the success, and we'll work very closely, sir, with you and the team, and we'll very thankful to with Springer for coming here and supporting this conference. Thank you very much.
Managing Director of Springer Nature India Limited, leading the company's India operations and promoting open science and technology. He previously held senior roles at the National Skill Development Corporation, shaping digital skills and CSR initiatives. He also spent 10 years at Microsoft, focusing on developer ecosystems and innovation centers. He held many significant roles such as Country Director Innovation at Deloitte, Assistant Vice President at Polaris Software Labs, and headed Direct Marketing Operations at HCL Technology. He is an alumni of Dayal Bagh Educational Institute, BITS Pilani, IIM Calcutta, and the Kellogg School of Management. A Chevening Gurukul Fellow at King's College, London, he has been recognized by Business India and CNBC as frontrunner of corporate India and has received multiple national and international awards for his contributions to education and innovation. Over to you, sir.
No, I don't think. This is not my presentation. No. They opened a Microsoft presentation, I think, on my thing. No, I'm no more with Microsoft, but it's a good memory of going back. First of all, good afternoon to everyone. I think I'm extremely happy when I landed yesterday in this beautiful state. I think Gujarat, in my opinion, is one of the most progressive state, not only in the country, but it's a remarkable state of a case study for the entire world. Thanks to Honorable Prime Minister, his vision, and also the people of Gujarat, everyone, each one of you, a big round of applause for all of you. The kind of gift city what you have put up shows what India is. If somebody has to see the progress of India, just bring them to gift city, bring them to Ahmedabad, and that shows what India is, right? Whether it's your Gujarat Vibrant Summit, or whether the opportunity is just your Director General and Director have focused on. I think Gujarat is setting the world and setting India on the benchmarks of success and growth. Thanks to each one of you in making this happen, academicians, researchers, faculties, fellow people from the industry, and many others who are shaping this. So thank you so much to the PDEU, Dr. Sundar, as a key person for driving the growth. I think he's a visionary. When we met him as part of the India Research Tour, we had a vision that we should do something like India Sustainability Conclave. So then we felt we should do it along with Gujarat Vibrant Summit. Maybe that's something which we should plan in 2026, January next year, maybe something much bigger than this, inviting even international leaders to be here. And also I'm extremely happy and thankful for a leader who really stands out, for her expertise, for her energy, for her knowledge in shaping this country. A big round of applause to Srimati Meenakshi Lekhi ji. Quite an inspiring personality. I met her in the month of February, in the beginning. So to have an idea about this and give her a thought process and her vision in shaping this country, her vision in shaping the sustainable SDG goals and energy, I think she would really be one of the persons who will be shaping India in a big way at a global front. Of course, she led many interesting functions like external affairs and culture, for the country. But ma'am, really, really appreciate. You are a source of inspiration for all of us, for industry, for researchers, for the economy, for many women. Actually, you're a source of inspiration. Big round of applause for her and her great work. Thank you so much, ma'am. Just to give you a little brief, of course, the president of Springer Nature could not make it today, Stephen Inchcombe, because of some personal health emergency. He joined us from London, who delivered our goals and objectives. Just to put it on a very kind of a brief so that I don't take time, because we are already delayed by a little bit on our existing schedule. I think at Springer Nature, we are deeply committed to support research. We are the world's largest scientific research publication house. And when I joined Springer Nature, the one thing that fascinated me is a 180-year legacy of Springer Nature. In fact, people like Albert Einstein published with Springer Nature his theory of relativity work. As a student, when I was growing up, when I see all those people and then their contributions and Springer Nature as an organization to publish, whether it's a work of Dunlop or whether it's a work of Albert Einstein on theory of relativity, it gives us a great feeling to be part of a legacy. At a country level, India is going through a very interesting journey. India is also one of the largest democracy with the youngest population. On an average, if you look into more than 60% of that population is within the age group of 25 to 35. So when I led the digital skilling mission at National Skill Development Corporation, that's when I really discovered India is not about, a Jaipur, Ahmedabad, or a Delhi, Mumbai, Chennai, Hyderabad. It's all about so many districts. In fact, you'll be surprised there are 840 districts. And of course, Prime Minister has many aspirational districts, which he's really focusing to develop. And how do we take this journey, what is present in Gujarat, to the rest of the Indian ecosystem? How does Springer Nature come into play as a research publication giant? Supporting you in this journey, we are deeply committed. And as Stephen has touched upon, so more than 50% of our content actually in open access ecosystems is aligned to SDGs. And India is at a very interesting forefront. Just to give you some data points, India is right now world's third largest when it comes to research output is concerned. We publish roughly 4 lakh articles every year. When it comes to citations, and that's a big round of applause, because if you look into our great struggle pre-independence to what we are right now, there are a few more things I want to touch upon, which I really love. A gentleman who really shaped me as an individual. I was growing up. In fact, I had an opportunity to meet him also when he was alive, Dr. Varghese Kurian. Anand, that's a place which I should really highlight. The work of Dr. Varghese Kurian, the milkman, has transformed this country into the world's largest milk producer. Initially, during independence time and post-independence, we were importing milk and milk products. Today, that's his journey. That's the community coming together to put up a story. Big round of applause for him. I think the state had great visionaries which shaped up. And in fact, we have people from IRMA and others joining us later today and tomorrow as part of the sessions. We would love to hear the story about it and how they have transformed. But in the current ecosystem, of course, as we are moving towards energy, wind, in fact, Dr. Anirban Sarkar has touched very nicely what the work we are doing, and also at an India Stats, Dr. Sundar has given a vision for the country in terms of his keynote. We at Springer Nature, deeply committed, being part of your journey, and also will ensure that we take the story of what India is doing across the world through our scientific research, publications, whether it's journals, whether it's books. And I would love to meet many of the academicians, many of the vice chancellors who are present there. And we are, as Stephen rightly said towards the end of his thing, as attaining SDGs, is a responsibility of the government, institutions, academics, private, publishers, many others, who come together to make this happen. And researchers play a key role. To all the researchers in this room, academicians, leaders, policymakers, a big round of applause for all of them in making this summit happen. And look forward for the important speech by the chief guest and her vision, because her speeches are full of interesting vision setting, bold goals. India is already talking about being a 30 trillion economy, which the Prime Minister recently touched upon at the ETGB summit where I was present. From being what we are to how we move forward. I think I don't want to take much time and have our chief guest address all of us and hear to her vision. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Venkatesh, for your enlightening speech and your valuable perspective on India's sustainability landscape. Now, I would like to call upon our chief guest of the conclave, Srimati Meenakshi Lekhi, the former Minister of State for External Affairs and Culture. She is a distinguished political leader and legal expert. Srimati Lekhi has played a pivotal role in environmental policy making and gender empowerment. She has represented India on global platforms advocating for sustainable development. We are honored to have her as our chief guest today. The stage is yours, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Our one and only Professor Sundar Manoharan. So Sundar and Manohar is what we are looking at and what we want this country to be. So he sets the note for all of us. His name sets the note for all of us. And our presenter, Professor Anirban Sarkar. Anirban, I asked the meaning of his name, the one without disease. Is that not what we want in every field? That we should be without disease, disease of corruption, physical diseases, mental diseases, free of all that. And Venkatesh Sarva Siddhi. Everything Siddh. What more? And Venkatesh, the Lord himself is blessing us by bringing Siddhis to us. And today is the day of Shivji, the Shivratri, and we have Shankaran sir with us. So I must say, whatever is beginning the right way is what will take us through the right journey, and the right journey will help us achieve the right goals. So for the sustainability's sake, I'm going to seek Professor Anirban Sarkar's 2 slides, just 2 slides. So, given? Okay, so the first slide we are going to look at is SDGs. So 17 SDGs which have been divided into 7 groupings. Can we have that? Will someone help me with it? So I don't know, I'm without glasses and I don't know where sir's slides are. So if someone can come and help me with it.
Which page was it?
13 before that, 11, 12.
Before.
SDG, yeah, this one.
This one?
No.
The 13 one.
Why? Yeah. So we have the first group which says no poverty, zero hunger, and reduced inequalities. Inclusion is what this is talking about. Group 2 is talking about Anirban, good health, free of diseases, clean water and sanitation directly connected and linked, and affordable and clean energy. Again, interlinked. Group 3, decent work and economic growth, industry, innovation and infrastructure, peace, justice and strong institutions. That's what I would say, good governance, both in corporate sector and the government, the way government operates. Group 4, quality education and gender equality. I think gender equality will come the day every house teaches the children the right values. And so in South, since we have Manoharan sir and we have Shankaran sir here, they have a saying that, is this house a Chidambaram house or a Meenakshi house? So I want Meenakshi houses to happen. And the more Meenakshi homes are there, the better equality will persist. And then sustainable cities and communities with infrastructure development and everything that we plan for our country. And Gujarat has given us a very good model which needs to be replicated. It's a story which needs to be seen, heard, and especially 25 years where to where is what needs to be looked at. Responsible consumption and production. This is what Mission Life is all about. Partnership for the goals, as we are seeing that Springer Nature is participating with PDEU, finding like-minded partners to work together to achieve the goals we set for ourselves and for others. Climate action, life below water, life on land. So wherever life is, climate is impairing or impacting both ways, and thus number 13, as very rightly pointed out by Professor Anirban, that 13 is the key to all this. So if we have to work at any of these subjects, 13 is the key, that we need climate action to persist. And that's where achieving SDGs will come in. In basic philosophy, I was just thinking that when we think about science and we all look at ourselves and even people like me look at myself and think I have a scientific outlook. You may not agree, but I think that about myself, that I do have a scientific outlook, but I'm sure all of you definitely have a scientific outlook. So for scientific outlook, what are we looking at? We are basically looking at the evidence and evidence-based theories, or theories which can be implemented and we are assured of the result. We know that if hydrogen plus oxygen in certain quantity, certain atomic number will react, water will produce with this catalyst. No third thing can produce. It's only water is what you get. So that is what we say evidentiary based knowledge. So if we go by the evidence-based knowledge, we need to look at the problems from that perspective. But in the past, all our rishis, in my understanding, were actually scientists. They were not like some voodoo thing which was going on. They thought about the interconnectivity of neural cells, developing powers of the brain. Meditation was one such methodology. You could help make your body go above the ground, which is anti-gravity, basically. You could read because your senses had developed so well that even with your closed eyes, you can read a book. So it all boils down to the fact that where science is still struggling to reach or is planning to reach is what had already been perceived, had already not just been theorized, but had been worked at. Now, if I see a person who can read a book without having to look at the book, that's example of what your mental powers can do. Now, if mental powers can be so strong, if mental powers can help us levitate and work against the gravity, shows the science has probably not reached the space which we ought to have reached by now. And we have not reached because obviously there are all kind of contamination and environmental damage, which could be in the form of mental mindset, characters of the people, and several other aspects. So science is probably still looking for the ideal mix for the right reaction and right outcome to happen. And for right reaction and right outcome to take place, I go back to the name of your university, PDEU, Pandit Deen Dayal. Now, how many of you are familiar with the theory of Pandit Deen Dayal ji? Is there anyone in the audience? Will someone raise a hand to assure me? Okay, so when we discuss sustainable development goals and we discuss the theory part of it, not because I want to be different from what everybody else has spoken, but I thought, let me take you to the theory, because everyone has actually talked about how to work at the SDGs, how to work at the energy system. I'll make a short comment about that also. But the basic comment and the basic seed where I want to take you to is the value system, because most of the problems are coming from the value system. Why do we need low consumption? Why do we need sustenance in the first place? What are we talking about? Why sustainability? Sustainability is basically important today because threat to life has already begun. Threat to human life, threat to human existence is what the wise people are already observing. And because they're observing threat to human life, and it's a self-preservation tactic, if I may say, that we need to work at sustainability, not because we are by nature very kind people, by nature we are very sensitive people, I'm sure we are, but there could be still some people who are not. And because of those people who are not, world and the earth is facing what we are faced with. And because we are faced with those dangers of complete absence of life or complete absence of human life, and we are faced with that, we all know the extinction of dinosaurs happened. If dinosaurs can be extinct, who are we? Much smaller. We could also become extinct. Then all our dreams will remain dreams because we are capable of causing damage to our own goals. We are that wrong sometimes. And it is there where I go back to Pandit Deendayal Upadhyay ji, and that too an energy university named after him. So Pandit Deendayal Upadhyay ji had two principles. One is called Antyodaya, and the other is called Ekat Manavvad, which is integral humanism. If we look at the two philosophies, all our 17 goals will fit into that. So when we say Antyodaya, it is basically the last person in the last row needs to be taken consideration of. Whenever we are building a policy, whenever we are taking any decision, we have to think of the last person in the last row. And I laugh, and sometimes I say, the last person in the last row invariably is a woman. So gender equality. So when you work on the gender, invariably the last person in the last row is who you're catering to. The society will completely get catered to. So if you make a policy of housing, you make a policy for water, you make a policy for sanitation, you make a policy for health, you make a policy for sustainable living, you make a policy for inclusion, invariably if you apply that to a female who is deprived of all this and you cover her, everybody else will get covered in absolute terms. That's why Antyodaya, the Uday, the rise of the last person is what will make the society most inclusive. And if we look at the group 1, group 2, group 3, group 4, group 5, it's all about Antyodaya, which your university's name is after, and that person gave that philosophy, and that's why I go back to the Rishi philosophy of this country. That's what the thinkers did to this country. That's what they gave us all. The second policy is integral humanism. Being a student of ecology or science, we all understand that whether it's food chains, it's supply chains, it's social communities, it's our life at university, outside world, leadership, states, nationals, international, whichever way we look at, the dependence and interdependence of one over the other. And that dependence and interdependence is Ekat Manavvad, that it is not just one person, it's not just the king, the queen, the leader, it's one person who is the center of everything around that person. And that integral humanism is what binds us and what makes us humans. None of us, as we, from class 4, class 5 social studies book, we all read, man is a social animal, right? That's how we were taught. I mean, we are not animals, that's what makes us different. But irrespective, looking at things in a very base manner, we say, okay, we are animals, and we need to constantly curb our animal instinct and be more human. And for being more human, what makes us more human is the integral part of it, that we are all interlinked, we are all interdependent. And that integral humanism, whether one person who has a family, who has society around it, that society will have the next circumference of the state will have nation, the nation will have international, will have neighbors. So one individual is impacting to and fro all these states and is getting impacted by all of them. That's what integral humanism is, that no human being by herself or himself is a complete being. We are all interdependent. And when we make policies, when we think about each other, it's the relationship between living, non-living, interdependence, globalization, humanistic globalization, not exploitative globalization, is where our philosophy takes us to, and that's what integral humanism is all about. And that also is a philosophy which comes from Pandit Deendayal Upadhyay ji. And putting these two philosophies together, we go back to the original question of sustainability. Now, what is sustainability? If we look at the slide and we try to understand life on land, can we exist on land? We all exist on land, but can we exist on land without our dependence on inanimate things? We need clean water. Water has its own life. And since today is the day of Shivji, I would still bring everyone back to Panch Mahabhut, the 5 basic concepts which we get as part of the Rishi Parampara, that every human being is made of 5 Panch Mahabhut. And those 5 elements is, from the modern science perspective, are inanimate. But the circle of life itself is from animate to inanimate and inanimate to animate. If the soul, if the life within me, which is energy, goes off, what is this body worth? Panch Mahabhut, consign it to the fire, put it in the earth, do whatever, and you go back to your element. And that very element in the form of food, in the form of crop, gets back to life within us. A baby is born, life goes on. So the circle of life between animate and inanimate is eternal. And this eternity, if we as integral humanists understand that it's not just enough for me to look at life from the animate perspective, from the life, the energy perspective, but life is nothing but energy, vibrations, and consciousness. And that consciousness is what makes us human, and that consciousness is what needs to create the right environment for coexistence of animate and inanimate. Water is as important, soil is as important, the hills, the mountains, the ether, the clean sky free of all the bad waves, everything is equally important so that the space is cleaned up and we all can have a sensible living. When it comes to the principles which India, in terms of political terms, of philosophy terms, or policy terms, observes, again is laid out of this narrative. And the narrative which we all follow, and I'm sure all of you will relate to what I am saying, we would say that integral humanism gets translated into our format, in which we say the first principle we could look at and we can say middle path, no extremes. Austerity to the extent I will use no fossil fuel, or dig baby dig. 2 extremes. We say, look, any extreme of any form is not good. Let's keep a middle path. While we cannot do away with fossil fuel, because human life for a few hundred years has lived in a wrong way, our dependence on fossil fuel is so high that we cannot live without that for the time being. So gradually we will wean ourselves off. So take a middle path. That fossil fuel will continue for some time before it is made obsolete completely. But what can we do to make that fossil fuel clean energy? Use technologies to do away with the bad impact and bad effect of fossil fuel. Sequestration of carbon dioxide, so on and so forth. I'm not saying these are permanent solutions. These are not permanent solutions, and we know it well. But temporarily, it is to mitigate the damage we are causing. So let's start mitigating, and let's start focusing on the damage which has already been caused and which is likely to be caused with our action, and the action which so many other people have taken much before we reach that stage. The second is Atmanirbhar, which DG Saab also said in his address, that knowing the way global systems are operating, knowing the flux which everybody else is in. In those circumstances, is it right or is it not right for India to be Atmanirbhar? We have had an example before us in our own lifetimes, and that was COVID-19. How important it was for us to be Atmanirbhar. Come to think of it, 1.4 billion people. Food, money, existence, technology, water, vaccines. If we were not producing any of this ourselves, you think we would be living in peace? We are comparatively very content people, comparatively very decent people. I mean, you've seen what happened at Kumbh, 63 crore having a bath. So much for caste, I say. Seriously, you know, when you travel and everyone like, ask, what about caste in India? I'm like, who cares, yeah? I haven't asked anybody's caste. Oh, kya? जात ना पूछो साधु की, तुम तो साधु लोग बैठे वैसे. So we don't believe in caste, we don't ask, and if we were believers of caste, 63 crore people would not be bathing, eating, sleeping together on the same floor. So it's all overrated, and that's what India is. Nobody asks anybody's caste, nobody asks anything from anyone, and I've seen, you know, no developed nation or underdeveloped nation or developing nation which has a population of 1.4 million, a city, can provide for 60 crore people, 600 million. Nobody can do, nobody can manage. So people just take a bag, drive down, take a train, take a flight, whatever means, just reach there. Just reach there. There is no place to sleep, there is no place to eat, there is no, but everything gets taken care of. Which society in the world can claim that? So we need to assure ourselves we are pretty decent, good people, basically. And that kindness, that compassion needs to be translated at every level, because somewhere that understanding every Indian has. And my heart says, I'm not being over chauvinistic, but my heart says that having lived through COVID-19, having observed people so close up, knowing everyone's heart, virtually touched but knowing everyone's heart, I think we as society are a pretty decent society, and we never pat ourselves enough. With that decency at the core value system, can we use that, flip it a bit, and utilize that goodness in achieving SDGs? That's what we need to do. Touch that core, press that button, so that the moment a thought comes, अरे यार गंगा मैया है boss, अब माँ को तो दूषित नहीं कर सकते. I can't pollute my mother. This is the place I bathe in, this is the place I worship, this is the place which is sustaining, this is the place which has looked after my ancestors since time immemorial. I cannot make it dirty. The moment this thought comes into the heads, I am 120% sure that nobody will dare make it polluted. Nobody will do it. So, touching the core value of this country is what we need to work at. And somewhere, we lost the track because we lost faith in ourselves. We lost faith in who we are. We lost faith in our science. We called it voodoo. And we lost faith that, oh, by following all these systems, look, I become a slave. So maybe the system is bad. No. People who are enslaving you could be bad also. They lack that sensitivity and they lack that value system. And they are coming back to that value system. All of them are following what Deen Dayal Upadhyay ji said several years ago. Today it's Sustainable Development Goals before you. That means all that knowledge which existed in the past in this country is without IPR is getting to be acknowledged by everybody else that this is the science. And the science needs to be followed up. And somewhere, I think that's what we need to use the momentum for. We need to benefit out of this momentum which globe is going towards. And the third aspect, from humanism to Atmanirbharta, would be the humanistic globalization. That while it is important for all of us to be global citizens, it is important for all of us, and Indians by temperament are very outwardly people, they like to move, they are very welcoming, not introverts. But in that aspect, I think everything cannot be just about economy. The human value needs to be thought about, especially when we look at artificial intelligence. We look at machine learning, we look at, I mean, the first slide with DG Saab showed was a semiconductor mission, which we all wish to work. And I want to take you all to DeepSeek. So when a question is asked about Arunachal Pradesh, a very interesting answer got, that this belongs to India, and the rights of India on Arunachal are complete. So I laughed and I said, look, the machine learning has happened on Indian data. Only then this answer can come. So much for IPRs that while we are producing the highest data, we are the ones whose data gets to teach so many machines. Are we getting benefited out of it? Not in terms of control. I mean, I hate the word that anybody can control a human mind. This is the most terrible thing and the worst kind of enslavement that can happen. But that's where artificial intelligence can also take us. So dangers. On one side, so many machine learning techniques can help us find solutions. The job creation to losing jobs or newer form of jobs is what we need to look at. Machine learning itself, we are, old time, there was this Bertrand Russell's essay, I think I must have been first year of college or something when I would have read that book. The essay is by Bertrand Russell, and there's one on science which he says, we're sitting on a tiger and holding it by the tail. So you can neither get off and nor can you leave the tail. So same thing goes for artificial intelligence. We cannot get rid of it. We are already riding that tail. We are already riding that wave. But the value system is what brings us back. That intelligence is all there. It's not the problem of the machine. It's the people who teach the machine. It's the data which gets to be fed in. It's what kind of society we wish. Are we making a machine which is more sensitive, more compassionate, more kind? Or we are going to teach the machine that women are bad engineers and women do not deserve to be in military forces, or women do not make good leaders? Is that what we are going to teach the machine? What kind of rating are we going to give? So without naming a company, but I'm sure all of you can search, the youngsters can search and seniors would know the answer, that when you're hiring people, you're invariably hiring male engineers and not hiring the women engineers. And I say, yeah, these are the women my size, my look, my age group, which have been running mission Mars, putting flowers in their head, right? So this is what Indian women are capable of. Please give them their due. Please give them their due. How you look, how you talk, what you eat is not what makes you. That only indicates the biases which human mind has. But machine, for that matter, is unbiased, because machine is going to look at a woman from her achievement points, She scored 100 on 100 in mathematics, she scored 100 on 100 in physics, and she scored 99 in chemistry. It could be the other way around also. So the point I'm making is that machine is unbiased. It's the human mind which is biased, and the human biases can sometimes creep into the machine because that's what human mind has fed into it. So can we make that machine more humanist, more integral to the way we are. And I can say of my own that I have never faced that discrimination in society, that being a woman, you're not allowed to go somewhere. No, no, no. That has never happened. There may be, and I would say, faults of my own making, things way turn this way or that way. But it's not because you're a woman. Though some people may disagree, you know. I'm sure there are wrong people in life who you come across. There are characterless people, but those characterless people could be men and women too. And I normally say that the characteristic of a person are the characteristic of a person. It's got nothing to do with the gender. There are very honest men and some very dishonest women. There are very timid men and very brave women. So biases are in our mind, not the character of a person. The character of a person is like a machine, irrespective. It doesn't discriminate. Good and bad comes together, sometimes in various quantities. So when we relate sustainability with gender equality, the point I'm trying to make, the more and more machination that may happen. The positive side is that machination has actually made women more equal. I may not be able to beat a person because he's 6'2", but I can definitely take a stick and use that. So technology. Or the gun, you know. Women who are 5'2" like me, we can use a gun and take a shot at the border. Yeah, Pak is across the globe, across the line of control. So I think technology makes us more equal. We have to be more and more techno-savvy. Women need to be pulled into the field of STEM. And more equality will come across the more techno-savvy we become. And at least in Indian society, that distinction really at the grassroots has not existed from the ancestors of ours till today. Some things may have creeped in 200-400 years span, but even during that span, women in various parts were still treated more equal. Example, 2 lines, 3 lines, I'll finish this. And I just think when you, going by Professor Manoran's address, that once you give an academic the stage, you are in, you know, too many slides will come, but when you give it to a politician without slide also, that things will happen. But I'm going to use this opportunity because I have a point to make. The point I have to make is that, you know, first time when we were not enslaved by the British in the beginning. It was the Portuguese who attacked us, 1452, around middle of the 15th century. And you know who they came across? They came across a lady, queen, who was ruling her state, called Rani Abakka, a Mangalorean. And Rani Abakka actually used technology. They would call, like today in our Desi dialect, we say Agni Ban. So Agni Ban, to my knowledge, is nothing but a missile, where she would have fired on the wooden ships with the missile. And just took the ships off, burned them out. Imagine 1400 something, men from Europe attack India, thinking they can control the seas by controlling the commerce. And they come across a fierce woman who's protecting her people. And for the first time, because mostly businesses used to be done by the traders, so all the ships used to be done by the business class. But she made a rule that since businesses were losing their shipping power, she said the ships here on will be run by the state. And she built her own merchant navy to do the trading and business with the fleet of you know, soldiers on it to protect the ships. Now, would you not, I mean, do you think these ladies have to be empowered? Should a woman like her be empowered? or by keeping such women in position of power, the society was empowered. So I think this attitude from 1450s till 2024, which the Prime Minister has made it into women-led development, not women empowerment. Sorry, I always say namaste, thank you. We don't want women empowerment, we want women-led development, which means women need to be given opportunities. Just give them opportunities, treat them equal, treat them with respect and dignity. They will make their own path and they will empower the engine of the society. And for any sensible society, which has 50% of its people as women, the decision making needs to be co-shared. And when decision making is co-shared, there will be ample research that the teams which have co-opted for women as part of decision making perform better. Results are better. And as I said, the use of technology has made us more equal to men for the simple reason our hormones are different, our brains are differently wired. And when in decision making, the two different sides come together, it's going to be a more balanced decision. And for that more balanced decision, right from setting up smart cities, I always look at the designs, and you laugh. I look at the designs of the toilets. And that would indicate whether women architects were involved in the process or not. On the roadside, they will keep the women toilet at the back. The male toilets are in the front, whereas it should be the opposite. More light, more people, more safety, more security, who's entering, who's not entering, that has to be in the front. Men can go at the back. And you know exactly it's been designed by a man. Seriously, unthinking, sorry, no offense to anyone. None of you is an architect, by the way, right? So you are in the energy sector. So this is a comment about how female brains operate and how male brains operate. You can look at a design and you know whether it has a feminine touch or not. So that's why I say the team needs to have both. We need hard power, we need soft power, we need every power to energize this country, which was left behind because of the whatever history. We have a shady past, but we have enough energy to take it forward, and all parts of India are filled with that energy, with that just to do well, which is existing there. I will now take you to the next slide. So far, SDGs, in a very So forms of renewable energy. So forms of renewable energy, we have it all before us. But I would say that geothermal, for example, 20 to 23% is getting to be controlled only by one country, and that is US. And against geothermal, with all respect to Professor Sarkar, they say it's producing sulfur, mica, so on and so forth, so it's considered to be a polluting methodology. I'm not in favor of saying that, because I say energy is energy. If there are pollutants, we need to know how to control that. And technologies have to be in place so as to control. Now, fossil energy also have the same point of view, that it is energy, and sometimes very biased regulations are made. For example, coal is bad. Coal is dark energy. But gas is not. Why? Now, whatever be the system, can we do, and I always say this, I say, can we do something about gasification of coal? So we overcome that impediment of dark energy. Because gas is not considered bad energy, but coal is considered. And if we somehow work on, instead of directly burning the coal, we work towards gasification of coal, we will overcome the impediment which is coming in our way of using coal. And India is rich in coal, and we need to work on coal for the simple reason of Atmanirbhar Bharat. How will Bharat become Atmanirbhar if I keep buying solar panels from outside, if I keep buying fuel from outside, if I keep buying other products from outside? So whatever is available within, how to make the best. So technology shift has to be, whatever my strengths are, that strength needs to be utilized, and the negative aspect of that particular strength needs to be done away with. And that's where PDU and like partners can come handy, and their research can help us achieve that, because this is building on, as Mr. Stevens said, you know, we keep our data open so that other researchers can build on it. So I'm saying we already know what to do with coal. Let's build on that, how to make it gasified so that it comes in the category of clean energy. Solar, photovoltaic, we all know what's going on. Hydropower, India has been, like Bhakra Nangal Dam to all other dams, we know how hydropower actually helped India progress post-independence. Imagine the contribution of India in global economy was 32%, then 28%, then 18%, and 20th century, 1902, 1903, it was 2%. Back on track now. So during this period, post-independence, 1947, it was hydro energy which helped us through. So we can't just say, oh, big power stations are bad. No, 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 this is environmental damage. Sorry, greater environmental damage will happen when people will start cutting wood for fuel and they have no electricity. So let's sort this out and work on hydropower, maybe smaller plants all across, that we should continue with this. On solid waste, biomass, biogas, biofuels. I am big one for this actually, because I feel 1.4 billion people, their dependence on crops. For Atmanirbhar Bharat, we need farming, and we need to eat and consume that much of food. So we excrete also. So excretion to the farming waste. Can we use methanization and capture that methane and break it further or mix it further and use that as biofuel? Can we work on something? But then, I mean, I go back to my class 8, when my first science project for science fair was done, and that was a cow dung cell. Way back, ancient times. So cow dung cell is what my science takes me back to. If cow dung cell can be created, can every colony's excreta be used to fuel certain kitchens? Should be doable. Then we will be saving our rivers also, and the cost of transporting that much of muck to an STP plant. Can we think small? Can we think in terms of, you know, enough for one university, enough for one colony, enough for one district or one corporation, every organic waste to be decomposed at one center, gasification, capturing that gas, either breaking it or reusing it. Can we think something on those lines? So I feel biomass, biofuel is something which we all have and are continuously going to generate as long as human life is there. So biomass and biofuel, I think, is one area which is most neglected. While India has made a biofuel alliance, but biofuel alliance is more fanciful, which is more in the nature of ethanol, sugarcane, bamboo shoots, so on and so forth. But I'm saying let's go back to the basic, and let's go back to the human excreta, to animal excreta, to organic waste, to colony waste, the sewer tanks, and that sewage tank, can that be the energy production center? We would require the help of the scientists here. And to work this out, to calculate based on evidence. If we can do something about it, I think that will help. Marine, tidal, wave, of course, these are all coastal, I call it the coastal network. The coastal network, of course, will be helpful, but the cost of coastal network, both in terms of energy and also in terms of maintenance, is pretty high because of the climatic conditions again. But irrespective, we need to make do with whatever is available to us. I must end because I think all of you will get restless if I don't end. So, so much for sustainability, energy. I would only say our ancestors knew that we are nothing but a mass of vibrations, and that mass vibration interchanges, and that interplay is the eternal play which Lord Shiva continues to play with all of us. Happy Mahashivratri to all of you. May the blessings shower on all of us. May this country be the leading light, if not for the world, at least for ourselves. And let's make our life worthy enough in the service of our nation. I want to say 4 lines in Bengali, actually. It's Rabindranath Tagore's line. Shubho karmo pothe, dhoro nirbhayo gan, shob durbol sanchay hok ober sal. Which means when you are on the path of goodness and pious deed, then be fearless in what you think and what you believe in. Be fearless and follow the path without doubt and with all its might. Thank you very much. Jai Hind. Let's all say Bharat Mata Ki. तेज आवाज या यंग बच्चे बैठे हुए पीछे with full जोश. भारत माता की. भारत माता की. कुछ मेरी उम्र वाले चुप हैं. अभी लास्ट अपॉर्चुनिटी उनको. भारत माता की. थैंक यू. जय हिंद, जय भारत.
Thank you, ma'am, for your captivating address with a tint of scientific yet philosophical humor, and also for your commitment to sustainability. As a woman, I found your perspective profoundly inspiring, especially your call to shift from gender biasness to intellectual biasness. This powerful shift urges us to move beyond mere discussion of women empowerment and instead actively embrace and implement it in both our actions and decisions. Thank you, ma'am. Next, I would like to call upon Dr. Vinny Johri, the Director of Education Industry from Microsoft, India. Dr. Johri is a leader in digital education and industry academia partnerships. At Microsoft India, she has championed AI-driven learning and sustainability-focused education. Today, she will be discussing the pivotal role of education in fostering sustainability. Over to you, ma'am.
Good evening to all of you. It's such a privilege to be here and listening to such wonderful insights from all of you. I'm deeply grateful to Springer and PDEU and Government of Gujarat, Department of Science and Technology for inviting me here to share my thoughts. It's been such an inspirational session listening to you, Mrs. Lekhi. Talking about the deep connections between animate and inanimate, and also that everything is connected, and if you spark the goodness, I think so much more can be accomplished towards sustainability. I will talk about artificial intelligence, technology, and sustainability over the next few minutes. I will also talk about how Microsoft has embraced the spirit of sustainability and tangible actions that are being taken to solve multiple problems, and also how sustainability needs to be embraced for research and education institutions as well. We all know that our future is our collective responsibility. It's not just governments, not just institutions and researchers, but at individual level as well. Each one of us has to care about the footprint and what consequences it has for the world. There is also the concept of interconnectedness, which has been so nicely shared by Meenakshi ji. And also we need to think about how we leave a better world for our future generations. Talking about sustainability at Microsoft, we are committed at Microsoft to be carbon negative by 2030, which means wipe out all the carbon dioxide that has been emitted from the time of inception of Microsoft. Water positive by 2030, that means contribute to water saving and recycling more than what we consume, zero waste by 2030, and build a planetary computer that helps to mitigate climate crisis across multiple areas. So to achieve these lofty goals of sustainability, we invest in products and services that care for sustainability, solutions that researchers can use to develop sustainable solutions for the world. We also do a lot with our partners and suppliers, which I will share in a moment, also in terms of waste practices and carbon management processes as well. So when we talk of sustainability at an organizational level, we are not just talking about reducing the emissions directly from our operations, which means due to our own operations and the vehicles that we are using, but also we care about scope 2, which is indirect emissions as well, which is through our, for example, operations in terms of logistics, raw materials that we source, and also the forward downstream activities as well, our retail channels, suppliers, and technologies that provides that support system, where both in terms of our upstream activities and downstream activities, emissions can be managed and sustainable solutions can be embraced. Now, artificial intelligence is supporting in a big manner towards innovation. It is also at the back end, there is a lot of data that needs to be it feeds into the machine learning systems, and it has to be implemented with a sense of responsibility. And at Microsoft, we deeply care for responsible AI, which is based on principles of fairness, equality, transparency, eliminating biases as well. So AI contributes to advancing on new technologies, predict and optimize complex systems, development of sustainability solutions, and the fourth bit is skilling workforce on the realm of AI. So AI can measure, predict, and optimize large systems. It can accelerate the development of solutions, and I'll share a few examples with you in a moment. For example, in Karnataka, the Microsoft Research Labs partnered with Shikshana Foundation. Now, the core principles in everything that we do is to achieve scale and also equity of experience as well. So government school teachers wanted to give an outstanding learning experience to the students of schools in far-off areas in Karnataka, and they leveraged AI learning models to teach in the local language, develop activities that involve critical thinking, engagement, learning by doing, and teachers who would normally use long hours to prepare for lectures, which most people would not like to listen, now were engaging in the classrooms, coming back to the classrooms, and enjoying studying in local languages. So it's a very, very powerful experience that could be, if it can happen in the interiors of Karnataka, I'm sure it can happen at other places as well. In Indonesia, in one of the largest open schools in the region with 525,000 students, they are implementing AI personal tutors, where outside the classroom, insights can be shared, students have problems, they have questions, they want to look beyond the classrooms. AI engines can provide to kind of nurture curiosity, solve issues that students may have. In Taiwan, they are using this to teach English to 30,000 students. So our new education policy, which propagates teaching in local languages, making technical literature available in local languages, learning from global videos which might be in other languages, AI offers distinct possibility to do that. I would also like to point out at few other initiatives, for example, in agriculture. We need to sensitize farmers who may not have gone to formal schooling or higher education, where, for example, Microsoft has worked with farming community in Baramati, where digital farms or farms of the future that can overcome changes in climatic situations, where farmers in their own language can get insights on weather patterns, soil conditions, crop health. For example, we were talking with the government of UP, and they are already exporters of mango, but a large quantity of crop gets spoiled. So they are working with farmers in UP, where, for example, if they want to package materials, they want to look at changing rain patterns, fertilizers being used, all this is possible by leveraging AI. So using technology, you can impact at the bottom of the pyramid and across multiple areas as well. Likewise, Microsoft AI for Science team globally developed AI foundation models which could do weather forecasting, which is 5,000 times better than the most advanced state-of-art integrated forecasting systems. Likewise, there are applications for energy transmission and grid capacity, energy storage technologies, and new material discovery, which takes so many years and so many resources. Those kind of experiments that can be leapfrogged, can be done in a shorter span of time, and multiple new materials can be uncovered as well. So we do have Microsoft Intelligent Data System, which involves cloud technologies, AI applications, and data management as well. Our data centers have deployed energy saving, water saving, and waste management across various regions in the world. And in education, we do have multiple programs which involve AI for good. Globally, our research centers work on accessibility, where people who might have various, for example, vision impaired, hearing impaired, speech impaired, neurological problems can leverage technology and yet contribute meaningfully to the workspace. AI for Earth, humanitarian action, cultural heritage preservation, and for health as well. And Microsoft Learn is a global platform where we have put in billions of dollars of assets to upskill teachers, students, researchers, developers in the realm of AI. So if you just search for aka.ms/mslearn and put artificial intelligence, it'll give you wonderful materials that you can access in local languages. Across the same content could be accessed in Gujarati or Malayalam or Kannada or Hindi at a click of a button. And we also have certifications and pathways for learning which contribute to employability. Professor Sundar had shown in the first two slides as to how many jobs, new jobs would be created, and you need talent. So certifications in the area of security, data, AI can all be leveraged. The content is available, and in Andhra Pradesh, we led the world's largest skilling project, where 1.65 lakh students across 300 colleges and universities were exposed to multiple certifications, and 1 lakh cleared the exams. So many recruiters from across the world swarmed those colleges because these were hotspots of talent. We also provide a lot of access to coding related assets on GitHub Copilot, where you can check your codes, where it can be a big support, and online skilling labs where you can actually develop, for example, image processing, data analytics, machine learning solutions, and you could be mentored by Microsoft researchers globally. I will just, as a parting note, share some of these suggestions. I think we need to have deeper engagement, as most of you have mentioned, on decarbonization between universities, government, civil society, and international organizations. I think if we come together for the larger good, what Pandit Deen Dayal Energy University is doing, you're also not only following 3-helix model, but also involving social organizations as well. I think in every state, if we could have such champions, I think we would have very radically, very different outcomes emanating. Sustainability has to be priority at a school level, college level. I think just like we need good human beings, along with being good human beings, the values of sustainability have to be nurtured right from early years. And advancing AI policy principles, and I must congratulate Springer for doing an awesome job in promoting sustainability in research. I think we could look at many more options of collaboration and bringing these together. Global exchange of students, joint projects through AI centers of excellence. Government has allocated funds for setting AI centers of excellence, almost 500 crores in education. So in these centers of excellence, if our students and researchers can produce research projects in agri, healthcare, retail, housing, water management, I think it could be a great contribution. And I also I remembered as I was hearing each one of you, about 10 years, 15 years back, I wrote a book called Humanized Science and Technology, in which I talked about all these areas, and also like I've authored multiple books in the area of sustainable development, but the guiding principles are the same that we are talking about today, and definitely work towards green campuses. We have campuses which are spread over hundreds of acres, manufacturing operations, but if every single campus and every single organization works towards zero waste and recycling, we would see a very different India in the future. Thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Johri, for emphasizing the transformative power of education in sustainability. Next, I would like to call upon Ms. Riya Rajpal to continue with the next part of the session.
Thank you so much. I am Riya Rajpal, manager at Springer Nature, and we have a next round of felicitations to the key speakers from Springer Nature, and for that I would like to request Mr. Venkatesh Sarvasiddhi, Managing Director, Springer Nature, to be on the stage and felicitate Srimati Meenakshi Lekhi ji for being here and giving her valuable contribution to this program. I would request both of you to please be on stage. I invite Vikash from Springer Nature team, Director of Institutional Sales, to felicitate and recognize the institution for actively being involved. And for that, I would request Dr. Sundar Manoharji to be on the stage and take the award, please. I request all of you to be on the stage as we have a very exciting launch. We did the India Research Bus Tour 2024 and we have compiled all that in a book. We would be launching that book today here at this stage. Can we have the book, please? I would request Managing Director Venkatesh Sarvasiddhi and Meenakshi Lekhi ji ma'am to be on the stage. Sorry to keep you waiting for that as we felicitate our keynote speakers of the day. I would invite Dr. Anirban Sirkar. I would request Dr. Winnie Jory to be on the stage, please. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. I would request Tejaswini to be on the stage now and carry on for the next stage of awards.
Next, I would like to call all the nominees for receiving the Springer Nature Award for their exceptional endeavor in the field of science, technology and research. First of all, I would like to request Mr. Venkatesh and Srimati Meenakshi Lekhi to kindly confer the Sustainability Award to Professor S. Sundar Manoharan, the DG of PDEU. Next, I would like to invite Professor Anirban Sirkar, the Director of School of Energy Technology, to receive the Sustainability Award. call upon Dr. Bhavani Singh Desai to receive the award. He is the Dean R&D at PDEU. Next, I would like to call upon Dr. Sachidanand Singh from the Department of Biotechnology. He is the HOD of the department to receive the award. Next, I would like to call upon Dr. Pradeep PS to receive the Springer Nature Award. He is a faculty in Department of Biotechnology. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Now, moving to the next encampment of the session, I would like to invite the moderator of an insightful panel discussion, Mr. Venkatesh Sarvsiddhi, along with our esteemed panelists. This roundtable discussion brings together distinguished leaders from academia and research institutions, each contributing significantly to sustainable development through education, research, and innovation. Their collective expertise will provide valuable insights into the role of academic research in driving sustainability-focused solutions and policies. The panelists of this session are Dr. S. Sundar Manoharan, Director General, PDEU, Dr. K. Shankaran, Advisor, DST, and a Professor of Eminence at Anna University, Dr. Akhori Bishwapriya, the Deputy Director General, GSI, Jharkhand Division, Professor Rajat Moona, the Director, IIT Gandhinagar.
Hello.
Thank you, everyone. After a very enlightening keynotes and sessions, especially I'm extremely impressed by the chief guest, Srimati Meenakshi Lekhi, and the way she brought around many dimensions leading to sustainable development. I think one of the, by far the best speech I heard. I keep hearing many speeches, but as good as our Prime Minister's speech, your speech is so enriching with knowledge, data, and also talking about sustainability goals. Very, very impressive speech, ma'am. Really appreciate, and also all the keynote speakers who contributed today. From there, now we'll move to the next part of our interesting discussion or a panel, which revolves around sustainability, the bridging the science and sustainability for SDGs and success. This is one of our key goals and aspects today. We are joined by the eminent panelists from academic ecosystems which lead to research, policymakers, and also institutions of repute who are here today. So, as rightly the topic of the discussion today aligns with our academic research and sustainable development. Touching each of you and understanding your thoughts and views will really help us, navigate this and also put a nice, interesting debate on how do we go forward as the country progressively prepares to take on the world. So to start with, Dr. Sundar Manoharan, you've been with the PDEU, you've been with IIT Kanpur, you are an academician, thorough researcher, and you also understand the industry academic research partnerships. What are your views, initial views before we kick into a little bit deeper discussions on the journey at PDEU and how do you see this primarily evolving from an academic research contributing towards the sustainable growth? For example, it's not just a university where there is academic teaching, it's a university which is powered by research, and of course, you can also highlight some of the industry initiatives, what you're doing, especially on things like solar and the setting up of the capacities there. Maybe a few opening thoughts from your side would be very helpful.
Yeah. Thank you. I think in the sustainability issues surrounding our nation, from academia I saw, first of all, securing our IPR has been a paramount challenge. We come with a lot of basic research, but often these find end use and it goes into the society, sometimes not even notice that they were born in the portals of academia. So one of the things that we needed to secure was the IPR, the intellectual property. And the other thing is self-sustaining. Often academia has a problem because we start with a lot of fondness, we start with the intent, but we are not able to sustain because we don't have a proper business plan, proper sustainable plan. So this we felt cannot come only with money, with sufficient grants, but the missing link was partnering with the industry. So the second thing of becoming self-supportive is not just merely with grants, but also understand who is your industry which will rely on your technology, will groom the technology and validate the technology. So identifying the niche area is one thing, working on disruptive technology is one thing, but the real sustainable development comes with partnering with the end user directly. So this way, at PDEU, I feel in our 10-year-long journey, we have definitely bridged the gap between industry and academia. I would leave it there and probably I can come with some.
I think the interesting thing you spoke about is the partnership. How do you bring the elements together? How do you bring all these ecosystems together in partnership? And from there, I would love to move to Dr. K. Shankaran. You've been in the, a key person in the biotechnology space. You're a scientist, you're a researcher, and a teacher. And you hold many capacities. Along with that, also, you're one of the key advisors to the DBT, Department of Biotechnology. First of all, congratulations for all the good work DBT is doing. I want to call out ANRF recently, as part of their Prime Minister's trip to US. They have signed a very interesting agreement with the National Science Foundation, NSF, to drive cutting-edge research in the area of bioinformatics, biotechnology, connected vehicles, of course, AI and ML, and many other interesting areas, including quantum. So I think that's a beautiful partnership. And also, you're getting your new ANRF CEO very soon, Kalyan Raman joining. I think he's an ex-colleague at Microsoft before. So congratulations for that too. As the department is moving forward, how do you look at it? Because on one side, you have a large ecosystem of colleges in this country, close to 1,250 plus universities, and individually look into the number of institutions affiliated to them would be 50,000 or 51,000, a country with such kind of an ecosystem. And then the research coming out, from these institutions. Of course, some of them are teaching oriented, some of them are job skill development oriented, and some of them are research oriented. How do you see the national research framework aligning with SDGs? And also, you come from a university, I'm happy to share. Anna University holds a very special privileged position for Springer Nature because you're the institution of the top rank, in fact, number one, on publishing research aligned with SDGs. That's something which is an interesting fact at Springer Nature we noticed. Would love to understand your viewpoints on how the national research framework is getting aligned to sustainability.
Oh, very nice, Venkat. That was a fantastic introduction too. Are you able to hear me? Yeah, actually I had been a teacher, so I thought the mic I should be able to reach. Yeah, I think the one most important thing I think is what today Honorable Minister touched about you have to reach everybody. That means you have to address with your knowledge the socio-economic problems. Yes, this is what we are now developing as an ecosystem in Anna University. Anna University, as you know, has a legacy of 225 years, the first institution to bring in engineering into India. Okay, we have that legacy, and we continue to do many firsts. And one of the first things we did was to develop this ecosystem in healthcare technology. If you see, 75 to 100% we import in terms of healthcare devices and accessories, and some machines are 100% imported. But we have many excellent engineers, not only in Anna University, everywhere in India. But those are resources. How to bring in these resources? I'll give this example. When I was part of DST, Department of Science and Technology, in 2006, as a member of a committee, we realized that about 40 to 50 years, DST had been funding for developing medical devices. But none had seen the light. Okay, no device till then. We realized individuals, it's a premier institutes had been funded, nothing had come out. So we realized that it should be a multidisciplinary, multi-institutional framework that only will help. And we formed the first national hub for healthcare instrumentation development in Anna University. You won't believe, in 6 years, we had 8 products technology transferred. Okay, so this is an ecosystem change, not only for a university system. This is where the boundaries fade away. We are very much for the boundaries to fade away. Very recently, ANRF pair scheme, we have about 21 departments in 8 what you call this, in the hub and spoke model, spoke institutions working with us on all problems related to ultimately what will touch every human being. So what is very important is that attitude of every individual investigator. They have to solve a problem. That is what is bothering everyone. So this is an ecosystem that Anna University is now developing, and we are all part of it. That's why I think DST is also promoting this. The one hub that we formed, it is 4 hubs now. And because we are able to enable technology in other institutions, technology enabling centers like this, what we have in this university is there in 22 other states. So we are really amplifying this ecosystem.
Lovely. I think that's what reflects in your research output when they are aligned to SDGs, and you hold one of the top ranks in the country of aligning your research with SDGs.
Yes.
And you touched upon a very interesting thing on healthcare.
Yes.
That's something which I really want to give you a statistics or a data point. Currently, India, healthcare services all put together. That means your medical education, your healthcare service practicing, service providers like the leading hospitals, diagnostics, pharma, all put together, is a $350 billion business in the Indian economy,
Yes,
which is
yes,
a big
yes,
thing.
yes.
And you'll be surprised to know, a McKinsey report says by 2028, we'll be a 600 billion economy.
Yes.
On the healthcare I'm talking about.
Yes.
So that shows the tremendous opportunity of growth in the healthcare, and also India becoming a world leader in providing affordable healthcare solutions. That's
Absolutely,
the important
yes.
thing.
This is one, and also where I think the medical fraternity and the engineering and all work in silos.
Yeah, very true.
Right? In highly compartmentalized.
Yeah.
This is where we have to break. And everyone should work, as Madam very nicely said, for an individual. That is the attitude.
Absolutely.
I think.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Moving on, I think from you to Professor Moona, you've been, IITs are the forefront of building this nation. They contributed a lot, and IIT Gandhinagar is doing some amazing work around strengthening research on SDGs. Maybe you can share a few thoughts about some of these areas, what you have implemented and their impact.
Thank you, Venkat. I think I'll probably philosophically say that what is sustainability? We actually have, each one of us has a notion of sustainability, and I want to actually say a little bit about that. On this planet, there is only one source of energy. There is no other source of energy. Let us not be under any illusion. The day sun stops working, we will be all dead. There is only one source of energy. There is nothing else. Whether it is this planet or Mercury or Pluto or Uranus, everywhere there is only one source of energy, nothing else. Now, having said that, what is the sustainability? Sustainability is all about the nature which has used this source of energy in some form to store it, either in the fossil fuel form or in various other different forms. We are actually using that, right? And how do we actually, and suddenly, and I must say this, the entire humankind has a very big selfish attitude. So we are actually looking at how do we make it faster to utilize, and since these resources which were for several millions and few of them in billions of year old processes, suddenly we say, okay, what can we do so that we still continue to survive, right? And that is our selfish attitude. And I think I want to actually mention on that. So therefore, the goal of sustainability can only be factored around four different things. One is reduce. Reduce your consumption. There is no other alternative. Reduce your consumption so that the energy store is available for a longer duration. If you cannot reduce for whatever reason, right, you need to take food. The food actually comes through the plants. The plants actually need energy. And therefore, that energy, whether it's in the form of soil or in the form of sunlight or in the form of carbon dioxide or in the form of water, we need to consume that. So the second thing is, we can't reduce it, we reuse it, okay? And reuse is something that I think in this culture of India is very well known. Reuse, use, reuse, reuse, reuse. We continuously doing that. We don't throw away our shoes because they suddenly become dirty. We reuse several times. We don't throw away our clothes. We don't throw away our cycles. We don't throw away our possessions. Okay, we use and use and use and reuse. Okay. Third one, when our use and reuse gets eliminated, we can't reuse. We need to do a recycle. And I think most of the sustainability goals today that we are talking of are centered around recycling. How do we recycle? And the fourth one is repurpose. Repurpose your artifacts that you have and use it in, effectively it's essentially a reuse, but reuse it in different way. I think our entire technologies of sustainability are centered around these four principles. At IIT Gandhinagar, and I want to mention that, our campus is a Graha 5-star rated campus, which means the following: zero water discharge, zero sewage discharge, zero bio-waste discharge. Only thing that we actually give out is the solid waste like wood and iron and all that, even there, we actually try to reuse as much as possible. We don't use plastic bottles because they are the real guzzlers of energy of fossil fuel. No plastic bottles. We don't use filtering of the kind of nature that we actually hear, RO filter, this filter, that filter. Our water is right at the source, at every point in the campus is drinkable. You can just take it off the tap and drink it. And we have not heard of any waterborne disease coming out of water in the campus. Why can't we actually do the same thing for the country? Many countries actually do that. The next thing that I actually want to talk about, in fact, I want to actually give the little anecdote here. Government of Gujarat charges what is known as property tax, okay, to every organization. There's some rate, area-wise and development-wise and all that, okay. Long back, there was a court litigation on Gujarat Municipal Corporation, on Rajkot Municipal Corporation, and Supreme Court ultimately said that municipal corporation can charge, but not 100% to government organizations, since they do quite a lot of sustainability anyway. So it should be between 33% to 50% of the actual charge. And the government started saying we will charge everybody 50%. To us also they said your charges are 50%. We fought them. We said, what do you do for us? All our electricity supply is managed by us. All our road cleanliness is managed by us. All our water supply is managed by us. In fact, all our water lines, right, taking from the source is managed by us. The garbage is managed by us. Only thing that you manage is taking this solid waste like paper, and paper also we probably give it to Kawadi. So only thing that you manage is taking away this solid waste, which is recycled, because we cannot recycle. Okay? So why should we be paying 50%? We fought with them. We made the sense prevail, and today we are paying them 33%.
Bad idea. Very bad idea for governments.
So the point is that sustainability, in our belief, has to be practiced so that it becomes an example to others. And that is what I think we do. I will talk about more later.
I'm really surprised the amount of work IIT Gandhinagar is doing on sustainability, because IITs are known for technology and innovation. But I wish this can be followed by many universities. The way you're running your campus, remarkable. And I think you touched upon one interesting thing on recycled solid waste. If this year, if you look into the global ecosystem of startups, and especially startups coming from India, I think one of the key themes which is really attracting a lot of funding and also a lot of opportunities to grow is startups around recycling and solid waste, because that's one theme which is really picking up. Right. So thanks to your work and the kind of examples you quoted at your university, which are making remarkable progress in that direction. Now moving on to Dr. Akori Bishwapriya, the Deputy Director General at Geological Survey of India. At GSI does a lot of work around SDGs. Maybe if you can highlight some of the works which is specific to SDGs from a research perspective, that would be very helpful.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Venkatesh. First and foremost, our honorable chief guest on the occasion, I was completely mesmerized to listen to your address. And if you would have continued a little longer, it would have been better for us in terms of assimilation of facts, from picking up facts from each one of you. In fact, you were kind enough in picking up a leaf or two from somebody else's presentation and even presenting it better. And moreover, the etymology of the names that you put forward in moving towards the sustainable goal was something very, very impressive. Thank you, ma'am, for that. Well, moving forward, Venkatesh, you're talking about legacy as far as Springer is concerned, and you have already lived up that mark of 180 years. Well, to talk a little bit about my organization, which is Geological Survey of India, we'll be completing 175 years on the 4th of March, 2025. And that is, we were established in 1851. So we are equally dated on either side of the dates of independence. And you can imagine, to sustain such a long life of 175 years and going strong also talks about sustainability. So that's a very good thing. So moreover, apart from that, we are an attached office to the Ministry of Mines, Government of India. And sustainability and goals that we need to accomplish on that, we are really taking them on a very systematic basis as of now. I'll pick up a few points or two from what the Honorable Chief Guest said about what we need to do and what we don't need to do. For example, the hydropower energy. Madam, I was constantly associated with the hydropower projects in Uttaranchal for the last 15 years, having worked in the TD Dam project and most of the water resource development projects, the run-of-the-river schemes. And though the flip sides are there, the advantages are much more than that. So I would completely agree with you that we need not need to completely dismiss them, but to do it in a more systematized manner. Even to talk of coal, I represent a state which accounts for almost 29.5% of the coal reserves. I'm talking of the coking and non-coking coal. And this is something that we cannot do about as far as the thermal power plants are concerned. But yes, we are moving towards clean energy, but we need to regulate what we are doing in terms of the energy that we already have in form of coal. For example, as you rightly said, conversion of them into gases by exposing them to the extremes of temperature, pressure conditions, and even oxygen and atmosphere, and converting them to syngas or even ashes is something that would yield equal amount of resources if we are not using coal in its direct form. But apart from that, there are certain areas, for example, health is something that we need to sustain on a long basis. Because if you look at the programs of the Central Geological Programming Board, which is CGPB, it's a regulatory authority, and our Secretary Minister of Mines is the chairman of the board. So GSI single-handedly is doing about 1,050 projects of field season 2024-25, which starts in April, right? So out of that, about 80% of them are tilted towards mineral investigation resources. So mineral happens to be one of the focus areas or the prime areas where we need to invest our skill force on. But if you look into public good geoscience, which has to do with the hazards, has to look with the disasters, may it be landslides, may it be water contaminants, may it be earthquakes, may it be water resource development projects, they figure around 175 of those number. So obviously the priorities of the government need to be honored when that is being pursued. But having said that, these priority goals as far as sustainable goals are concerned, we are really working very hard on that. And there is one aspect of health concern, talking about arsenic in the Foreland Basin of Bihar, which has taken frightening proportions as on date. In 2003, 2004, when there were just a handful of cases coming up, today we are looking at a population of about 15 million who are exposed. And out of the 38 districts of Bihar, it's about 27 districts which are staring at arsenic contamination. So, arranging for a safe water, and particularly the Foreland Basin is one of the areas where water is readily available. That means you dig any place and the water comes out. We talk of the piezometric surface, we talk of the first water table level, it is readily available there. So the dependence or the overconsumption is so much that now we are entering that zone which has to be preserved for a long-term future. So that is where sustainable comes into play, and the kind of seamless mapping GSI is doing, collecting intensive data in that area. That is where the role of technology like AI and ML will come into play, and to bring about much more safer ways of looking at the whole problem, which is staring at us in a very big way. So these are some of the areas. Apart from that, I like to figure out in front of this audience that there's a portal called the National Geoscience Data Repository, NGDR portal, which has been developed by Geological Survey of India in association with Baizang N, using the funds of the National Mineral Exploration Trust. And that is something which stores plethora of information, right from the National Geochemical Mapping Program, which has covered the entire subcontinent with the means of stream sediment sampling, and that takes into account 66 elements with Clark values as a detection limit. Now, these informations are very important for general public who are there as a beneficiary. If you stare at that portal, these are readily available, they are freely available, absolutely, as you say, open access journals, as you rightly point out, and this is how we are looking at it. So all these projects, and I would also like to mention here, PSPs, the pump storage project, which Mr. Anirban Sarkar Saab was pointing out. This is something which is a much safer way of going about it. We are looking at commissioning about 47 gigawatt of energy by 2031, and GSI is really working at that. We look for a flatter topography, we look for sedimentary or a buried deposit where the schemes or an artificial reservoir can be put off loop or on loop the river system, and then we can generate electricity on the peaking basis. So all these are very clean and better way of looking at the whole projects. And of course, we are also quite conscious about the sustainability goals. Thank you.
I think your 175 years of history and the work you're doing, commendable. Really, a big round of applause for GSI and the work they're putting across. And taking your insight of the data, what you collect, and how a technology can play a role. I think that's where the beautifully articulated by the former minister in terms of having that plethora of knowledge and data on one side, and how we feed our machines with the data makes all the difference. And moving on with this thought, again to Professor Sundar, in terms of, you're a person who led many partnerships, on PPP models. You're an expert in that space of bringing in private participation, industry participation into the academic research system. Just to touch upon Indian academic research, if we just a little bit touch upon that, the percentage spend of GDP on research is roughly around 0.7%, much below than the countries like USA and China. But of course, we are moving. We are expected to move to a 3.2, 3.5% as we move towards 2047 on a GDP spend. That's a good progressive cycle they have drawn up. But still, one interesting fact we should look into is, if you look into developed countries like USA or China and Germany and other countries, 75% of their research funding comes from private institutions. In India, that percentage is 34%, which still is a huge gap. So as of now, the entire burden of funding research lies on the shoulders of the government. But it's very important that research funding comes from private institutions. And that can actually be the game changer. I really appreciate recently the initiative of the One Nation, One Subscription, the government of India and under the Prime Minister's vision, in terms of giving access to all the government institutions, the required journals, so that they can freely access anyone, any student, any state, any city in India or any town can access. But still, there's a lot of funding gaps which are there in India as a country. Coming back to, specifically to you, how do you look at contribution from the industry coming to the Indian ecosystem to up that 34%, maybe take it to a 50% and above, mapping with and matching to the ecosystem of the US and many other developed countries? So any thoughts around it? And if you have implemented some at PDEU, would be happy to know.
Yeah. I want to first congratulate my other panelists who touched on various SDG goals, the health or recycling or on other initiatives. But at PDEU, we are adamantly working on the gender equality and the quality education, because still the sustainability there is a big question. So I'm, whatever case studies that I have shown during my presentation is a response to this biggest challenge still we have. Now that brings me to this question as well. Why private partners should fund you? Most of the industries are now switching gear, because at one point they thought they can happily give their CSR grant to academia and be done with it. And then they have seen that it has not really made an impact. So the notion of CSR funding from private agencies are also going through a metamorphosis. They're not very happy with giving you the funds. In fact, yesterday I took a Zoom call from one of the biggest industries. They had given some money for us to develop some skill set. But the sort of questionnaire that they are, giving to us to answer, the 360-degree feedback that they are taking, whether on the impact analysis of the funding, showed that there is a little bit of lack of confidence on their part. For the money they parked with you, they are not sure whether it was utilized to the last pi. So my response is, first of all, we need to be circumstantially aware whether we are really hitting bullseye. Because one thing is to keep blaming that government is not giving enough GDP for research. That is, everybody conveniently blames. But I don't think we need to look at the government, because private partners are extremely vibrant and they are waiting for someone to pitch in. And if they see a vision, a purpose, then they are willing to go extra mile. In fact, they can fund you much, much more than what the government can give. For example, Microsoft, you saw how they are engaging. Now, I didn't see their engagement mostly with or along with an academia. Rather, they started going to the highways and byways to engage. But why? Because they couldn't see one academic institute who could drive their vision plan of reaching, taking to the extra mile. So my response is we need to rise up to the stature that the private partnership is looking for. And I don't want to discourage my hearers, but rather I would say we have turned the table around. In the last 5 years or 6 years, I should say, government and industry put together have invested more than 280 crores into PDEU. And I want you to give a big hand for this, because out of 280 that I can think of, more than 100 crores have come from private partnership. So without any articulation, and the government is willing to trust us, same time the private partners are wanting to know the niche areas. Let me tell you, if you go through the patents, or if you go through the scenario post-COVID, there was one instrument, biomedical device, that was being sought for. The most sought biomedical equipment was, of course, the high flow oxygen therapy unit or ventilator. Government gave big PLI schemes. They were waiting. They trusted BHEL. They trusted many people. Now tell me where these ventilators are being used today. But I want to tell our own university involved in this mission of developing ventilators. Today, more than 3,000 patients have gone through clinical trials with our stuff, with 100% funding from industry. And not even 1 rupee we took from the government. And the best part is all 3,000 odd clinical data we have, not even one patient we lost because we used our ventilator. So the question is, are we circumstantially aware of what the challenges are? I know faculty members slept on the floor, wrote the coding, did the PCB integration, printed the circuit board, everything they did in a record 90 days time, with not even one equipment borrowed from China. It was completely made in India. So it is possible. It is possible, but the point is, are we really keeping our antennas open and ready to receive what the society is asking for? And I want to place it on record. The private partnerships are very ripe with academia at this point of time. So if only we show the genuinity, it's going to be a very grand arrangement between academia and private partnership.
Thank you so much, and it's such a good thing to know. In fact, institutions in India can take inspiration from what you're doing at PDEU and the kind of funding that you're raising from the private participation. In fact, I would say Gujarat Vibrant started for this country. Now it's similar kind of engagements happen across multiple states. A big round of applause for all of them. In fact, they are one of the key drivers of Gujarat Vibrant, your team, for putting up such an interesting thought of inviting private participation in the development process. We spoke about, Dr. Shankaran, healthcare and biotechnology. I certainly see India is at the structurally right position to gain the worldwide dominance in this space, biotechnology space, and research around, if you look into the worldwide research, coming in, or the money that's been spent on research, it's majorly from the pharma and the biomedicine, biomedical, and biotechnology spaces worldwide, any of the organizations you look into. So how do you see India really exploring and being a dominant in the next 10 years? Because with the kind of ecosystem growth on healthcare, which I touched upon at 360 billion to 600 billion in the next 4 years, it's a huge potential growth. Yeah. You're an eminent scientist in biotechnology. You've been a teacher, you've been a professor, you've been with DST. Your thoughts on how India can be a leader, because there are many researchers today in this room who work in healthcare and biotechnology space.
Yeah. Actually, you didn't have the benefit of my talk, where actually I touched upon this point very well with our own example. The antibiotic susceptibility test today takes 3 days. It's a very huge problem, multi-drug resistance. Okay? We have done this within 6 hours. With a machine, okay, with the disruptive technology of imaging, instead of machine that would cost about 1.5 crores, we have done it with 50,000 rupees. Okay, I had that story in my talk. I think if it follows, you will hear that. And this was possible only because of 2 things. We cared for a common man. How much can a common man spend? And the second thing is scalability for Indian population. Okay? So all this we have to now impart into the researchers. See, this is what I think is very important. You don't solve a problem because you want to publish in Nature. I have also published many things in Springer and also in Nature publications. So, I mean, that's important, but you don't stay with that. Use that. If you have published in something in Nature, that means you are owning that big knowledge. But why are you not using it for something India is really struggling for? Multi-drug resistance is a huge problem. Northeast you go. The second thing, anemia. Aren't we living with this? All infectious diseases, COVID, it showed us what it means if you don't control infectious diseases. Fortunately, we had traditional knowledge and other things that helped us. And the third thing, kidney dialysis, renal dialysis, we can't make machines. We can't make cartridges. The membranes cannot be made without imported machines. But only 20% of the population, of the affected population can go for that type of treatment today. But all this we are now taking up, coming up with multi-institutional, multidisciplinary teams have to work together. In this, what I have found is 2 things. Of course, funds are important, but lot of funds is also not so important, because you will end up spending time spending that money. Okay? This is what I have seen. The best outcome had come from small labs. Okay? I don't say that you should remain that way, but what I say is keep that attitude. Even if you have big money, spread it across all competent researchers and develop interdisciplinary teams across institutions. This is actually the way that we succeed in these things, the anemia, TB, this kidney dialysis, multi-drug resistance. These are all our own problems. And you go to our doctors, in government medical colleges, they have very, very specific problems for that, for their requirements. Dental, for example. We can solve. Engineers have to come together. Of course, we had this problem of, tell you this example. We had this problem of approaching doctors in medical colleges. We had to go through dean and a lot of bureaucracy. We solved this problem by going to the government, asking them to put up a GO. So a GO was sent to the medical colleges. I mean, GO, of course, is for the whole state, and the medical DME, the department, Director of Medical Education, saying that Anna University and the medical colleges should work together in developing devices. In one shot, we could solve this problem, and I tell you a very interesting anecdote. 2 months after this, the dean of the medical college, one of the medical colleges, came running to us. Sir, there is a high court stricture that we have to stop this child theft in Madurai Medical College that is happening. And they have given us only 2 months. It had already appeared in the newspaper, and therefore we had to develop a technology. No faculty will take this type of problem. A high court stricture, and you have to develop a technology within 2 years for stopping this. Okay? Promotion, profession, everything will be in problem. But we had this ecosystem of interdisciplinary where multidisciplinary people will support this type of thing. Within 3 months, not 2 months, but definitely in 3 months, this was solved. Even today, of course, the independently the court verified its efficacy and its effectiveness, and they said that it should be implemented in all medical colleges, government medical colleges. So, what I want to say is there are ways to solve, but only if you keep the final, goal of serving upper in your mind, you can do. Money, other resources, all these are, I always ask for more hands because I can send them anywhere. Yep. And that gives them also opportunity to interact, make networks. Okay? So, of course, I had to tell all this in my talk, but I have given you a gist. And we did do many things. And I think this is the way Anna University is going to go forward.
Lovely. That's
okay. Having multiple institutions of multiple disciplines together.
Yeah.
Yes.
In fact, you touched upon a very interesting thing of multidisciplinary and ecosystems coming together. Aligned with this, in fact, we are hosting a very big forum called India Research Conclave in the first week of April, wherein for the first time we are hosting it at All India Institute of Medical Sciences, bringing in the best of the scientists and researchers and experts from IISc to IITs coming together, wherein we are trying to recreate a system wherein engineering, social sciences, and other departments. In fact, social science is a very important thing because you need to articulate the story well from a policy perspective. So we are doing this, and hopefully we should have this conversation move on from there. In fact, our worldwide CEO would be there attending that in the first week. And a big round of applause for All India Institute of Medical Science. I think we always talk about Johns Hopkins and other institutions in the world, but the kind of work AIIMS does, the kind of quantum of volumes they handle, the cases they handle, and the doctors, if you really are a doctor at AIIMS, you'll understand how life is, operating 24/7. I think big round of applause for AIIMS and also many AIIMS which are set up in the country today. Yeah. So moving on further.
And only one more little thing. Also, of course, apart from those scientists and others who are well known, there are brilliant minds and brains who are really not known. In fact, they do fantastic things. Actually, we identify them, and we have them in our team.
Lovely. That's good to know, sir. So you touched upon very interesting aspects, and now moving on to Professor Rajat Moona. In your first question, you focused on SDGs, but you're a personality known in India for advanced computing. Big round of applause for him. He has shaped many institutions in India, from IIT Kanpur, IIT Bhilai, then IIIT, Vadodara and now IIT Gandhinagar. And India is at a very forefront of technology and innovation. In fact, but also it's at an interesting junction where the OpenAI CEO was here in Mumbai a few weeks back. And of course, then there's also interesting news around Google saying, 25% of their coding related jobs now moving into an automated modes. And maybe OpenAI has a different perspective, maybe 100% will move into. And then there's a thing of data centers. The former minister touched upon data and importance in data and how we are generating data from India with the kind of volumes. So how important is advanced computing, not only from automation happening, but also data and the Data Privacy Act, especially one of the themes I can see in the next 5 years is India having their own data centers and not depending too much externally and making sure the data, what is generated here stays here for the worldwide use and we get the real value for the data, what we generate.
Thank you. I think that's a very, very interesting aspect that you have touched upon. In fact, I had been one of the authors of DPA, Data Privacy Act, the earlier form of DPDP Act, and now that DPDP Act has been notified. That's right. So, the interesting part is the following. I think our dependency on data has grown enormously. Our trust on data has grown enormously. Okay, and that has happened in last few years, let's say 10, 20 years. And when our trust on technology goes up, what happens? And this trust did not happen because suddenly overnight every Indian woke up and said, oh, now we are the champions. It happened because in 90s, we started talking about solving Y2K problem. Governments were sleeping because they could not put a regulation there saying you cannot do this. I even remember that, in order to bring this data on the CD and all that, I took this CD, and it was worth 1.8 crores. My stores people were so puzzled, say, this is like a CD, and then how do we record it? And, and then every year you're going to get this CD, which is 1.8 crore, and, within 3 years, my total total value of this thing will be just 3 CDs. And where will you keep these CDs? Which lockers and all that? I said they will remain in my room. I mean, it was something that was not even understood. Okay, this trust happened because we demonstrated on 1st January 2020 that not even a single computer worldwide, not even a single program worldwide actually had a downtime. Okay, and that was a great achievement. Okay, now from that, coming forward 25 years now, a lot of water has flown through Yamuna and Sabarmati. And today when we are actually talking of, our dependence on data has increased tremendously. I mean, and ma'am, in spite of all politicians talking about EVMs and all that, creating seeds of doubts among people, we must know and we must say that this has been one tool which has actually given Indian economy a big push and democratization of process. And the interesting part is I have given myself several talks on EVM, being one of the designers of EVM. Okay, several questions are asked and we have answers to everything. And at the end, there is one question, and I want to actually say this, for which again I give an answer, but one question that is always remaining is when no other advanced, and I want to say this advanced with double quote, no other advanced country is using it, why are we using it?
We are 1.4 billion people and we are democracy.
Ma'am, this is the real thing that we actually don't want to trust our own things. People trust. That's what, these questions when they come, the inherent value into this is our colonial mind, that we cannot be the inventor, we cannot be the innovator. Okay, and I think today when we are talking of sustainability, this is the same problem. Our systems of engaging with industry have started growing in last few years, but till that time, our only collaboration with academia industry was supplying of manpower, trained manpower, zero, nothing else. Once in a while, somebody will come because he's a student and he says, I have this problem, can you solve this, or something like that. Only systematic engagement has started happening now because industry realized, and industry is actually working on that, saying research is the value for them. That was not the case. In fact, the example that Professor Narayanan talked about, governments had to intervene to say, you must do that. The trust is actually brought in by government saying as in form of law. But that cannot happen. That is not sustainable, right? Because everywhere you can't actually say, government is not evaluating saying this product that is done by Anna University is the best and this product which is done by JNU is not good. Government can't get into that, okay? So therefore, the real trust has to actually come from within us. And one of the reasons, and I've been a strong advocate of saying government processes should change. We should actually think of innovation-driven procurement. That should be the model. And once we bring this in, every industry will have a reason to actually work with the academic institute, okay? And I'll give you one example, and that is about the EVMs. EVMs were designed by us, prototype and all that were done by regular PSUs, ECIL and BEL, and we were very strict taskmasters, okay? Very novel designs that have come. We actually got 18 patents out of it, okay? Very, very innovative thing. And there are some design patents, there are some concept patents and all that kind of thing, copyrights and all that kind of things. Quite a lot of IP we generated out of it. And it was not done by my students, because we must understand this. In academics, students are students, they are learning. They are not engineers. You can't ask them, give me a thing which is actually going to work. Our model of engagement with the industry is slightly lopsided. Industry wants a product, okay, saying you give me this thing, and then they will actually market. No, that doesn't work. It doesn't work that way. You cannot ask an educational institute to do the industry's job, and at the same time, there's other model also exists where we say, oh, industry should come and teach and design the curriculum and all that in the educational institute. I think, again, we are going in a wrong way. We are saying, you take the role of academia. No, that is, I think, the biggest mistake, asking industry to take the role of academia and asking academia to take the role of industry for collaboration. No, that is going to fall. It cannot go. So, there are few technologies that we have been talking about, and I think these are the rocket sciences, okay? People are talking of hydrogen-based electricity generation. What comes to your mind? That we have a shortage of energy, and therefore we must use this. Or we have a clean energy, we must use this. You talk to an academia, there are very different things that come in mind. Sustainability, yes, it is important. Clean energy, it is important, but these are not the primary goals for developing hydrogen-based energy. What is the primary goal? As of today, in India, almost 50% of our energy is generated using renewable sources. The solar is almost 100 gigawatt P power that is generated. So for us to go from 100 to 500 gigawatt or 500 to 2000 gigawatt, I don't think it's a major issue. Okay, it's just a question of putting in more resources. And I must say this, India is no longer, and I want to emphasize that, India is no longer a poor third world country. The money is available for doing any kind of things. If Trump says that Indians have a poor accent and therefore they cannot run BPO, we actually see an opportunity here. We say we will run your BPO in a very beautiful accent generated by AI. And this AI will be run here. IP will be ours. Okay? And in the history, we have actually seen this. Prime Minister himself said that whenever there had been a strangulation to us, right, we have come out even better. We'll continue to be, whether it was cryogenics, whether it was supercomputers, or anything else, we actually come out better, right? Because we have been forced upon to actually do something. We become very, very innovative. Indians are, by definitions, very, very innovative thinkers. In crisis. So, this hydrogen cell energy, in my opinion, is a mechanism for us to actually handle demand and supply gap. Now, why am I saying so? There is a generation capacity. Now, with lot of renewable energy, there is another generation capacity that has been added. Till now, the generation capacity was more or less constant, and demand was actually very fluctuating. So you could do some kind of a assessment, 10-15 minute basis or half an hour basis, and you could plan out certain things. Now the demand itself has become sporadic. It is no longer a constant thing. Renewable energy is, today, right now there is cloud in the city, my renewable energy goes down. If there is no cloud, my renewable energy actually gives better output. How do we handle this unpredictability of gap between demand and supply? We can't actually use this gap to actually, create our grids completely go haywire, and grid failures and all that. In fact, grid failures used to be the case. We don't hear of them. It's basically because of certain kind of technologies which have been brought in, including AI. Okay. So now, in my opinion, hydrogen is a leveler for this gap. Why? Because hydrogen-based cell, you can access modern technology, you can actually configure it to, if your demand is 100 megawatt, you consume only 100 megawatt worth hydrogen. Suddenly your demand changes to 50 megawatt, you consume only a 50 megawatt generator, and all generators remain active. It actually gives me a linear profile of growth, right? So now, I can actually take hydrogen-based thing and create large number of hydrogen-based generators so that this demand-supply gap is bridged, okay? And when that bridges happen, we become more informed, we become better. Maybe that's the time reduce the generation a little lower, because we have the ability to handle gap, okay? That's the way to switch on, okay? Now, another thing that I want to talk about, since you talked about large data centers and all that, it is not difficult to visualize these kind of data centers are happening. 500 megawatt data centers in this kind of a building, 500 megawatt data center. 500 megawatt, just to give you an example, would be the total energy required for an average size city in India, which is much larger city outside. 500 megawatt of generation being consumed in this. Almost entire computer, almost every technology today runs on DC, right? But we supply AC. We do a power conversion. All your chargers, plug it into AC, take power conversion, and charge it using USB. Bulbs, LEDs. Every LED thing, there's a controller which converts from AC to DC. Everything you look at, everything is actually running on DC. Only thing which are not running on DC are motors, fans. But those are trivial things to actually convert to DC. Originally, they were all DCs. DC motors are noiseless. Your AC system can become absolutely noiseless. Your lot of things can actually benefit out of DC. Can we switch over to DC today? The answer is no, because every house, every building, every gadget is DC. It is not 70s when we switched over from DC to AC, right? Today, AC to DC switch is a very, very extensive work. But at least data center, which is like one full entire city, can actually run on DC, right? That could be a torchbearer. If there are 5 such data centers all running on DC, you save 30% of power conversion from DC to AC and AC to DC. AC to DC, DC to AC at the generation and AC to DC at the consumption. 30% of power. A 500 megawatt thing will actually be equal to something close to about 800 megawatt of today's. It's a well-known fact. I think we should take quantum leaps in technologies and faith among ourselves. All of us can deliver. Just rise up. So these are the kind of things that we have been actually working. Carbon sequestration, taking carbon and putting it somewhere and somehow putting it in underground, right? Oh, carbon sequestration is a possibility. Now, people are talking about put carbon in the soil or in the basalt layer or in the rock layers and all that. Yes, it will work. What happens when an earthquake comes? All these fractures will bring the carbon out. So we have to do something about it. Okay? And every time when we actually talk of sustainability, we must understand that there is a cost to sustainability. Even if the carbon is taken and pumped inside, there is a question of carbon transport. There is a notion of how do you plug the carbon. There are a number of things. And then also look at what happens when the rocks actually develop weakness. So what happens? What will you do? How will you handle? You don't want the buildings to collapse because underneath rock has become, it got impregnated with carbon dioxide. So all these things are actually important. There is a cost to sustainability. Sustainability doesn't come at a free thing. It doesn't reduce the cost. It actually increases the cost for a very simple reason that you are converting energy from one form to other. So I think these are the kind of things that we have been working on as technologies and also working with various industries. Unfortunately, most of these industries happen to be multinationals. In India, the industry has to grow and realize that there is a potential in research. Thank you.
You touched upon very interesting aspects of powering India's growth through Atmanirbhar and Indian companies taking on, which is more led by MNCs right now. And also you touched upon data centers. In fact, one interesting fact by Gartner says that in the world where we have 7.5 billion people, any guesses how many devices exist in this world, connected devices? Any guesses?
4 times.
Yeah, it's a little higher than 4 times. We are expecting roughly the estimated number of devices in the world are 55 to 60 billion devices connected. That doesn't mean that everyone has a device, but that says a lot of people have multiple devices. You have your mobile phones, you have your smartwatches, you have now rings, then you have your connected LED televisions and many. And India owns a larger chunk of these devices.
The microphone itself is a connected device.
And I think it's very important to focus on data and where the data is getting generated. Are we getting the value for the data what country is generating? That's an interesting aspect as we progress into the next 10 years to look at and see how we protect our data and grow our value for the data. That's what the global ecosystem is also looking to hear from India on the policies around it. Moving on, some final thoughts from GSI. You touched upon your great legacy of 175 years and also focus on SDGs. Any final thoughts before we close, because we're already running a little late. With this we will
thank
conclude.
you, Venkatesh. I'll quickly finish. We move into our 175th year of existence with the theme, Geoscience for a Safe World. And that is in principle, and that has been nicely imbibed in our vision document as well for the Geological Survey of India. Where we look at some of the components of sustainability, I think there has been a paradigm shift in terms of how we are looking at the mineral resources of the country. We understand that all the low-hanging fruits have already been utilized. Now it is our duty and it is our mandate also to look for those mineral resources which are much more deep-seated. But like some 2 or 3 decades back when we used to look for some of the bulk deposits like gold, copper, base metals, aluminum, iron, limestone, this time the priority has completely changed over to critical, strategic and rare earth minerals, right? And as far as the MMDR Act of the Government of India of 2015 and the marginal amendments that have taken place lately, the Government of India has listed 30 critical minerals which are ready for auction. Now, immediately our focus comes on to minerals like lithium, which we have already given a deposit of secondary nature in Salal area in Jammu Kashmir. That is close to about 5.8 million tons. And as far as my state is concerned, the state of Jharkhand, We are looking into the primary deposits of looking to lithium, which are available within the pegmatites of the Koderma or the Bihar mica belt. Of course, we are in the preliminary stages, but if you look at the mining grades or the extraction grade, it is close to about 2000 ppm, which is about 0.2%. We are already getting values of around 1.5%, which is about 15,000 ppm to 17,000 ppm. Now that gives us a very good indicator towards how we look towards future. Suppose we are able to establish a zone which is good in these minerals. Obviously, there are a lot of strategic importance. We are going to sustain with the economy for next many years to come from here. Not only that, there are certain other minerals like scandium, titanium, niobium. All these minerals are being found in ultramafic complexes, being associated with some of the bauxite deposits, the graphite deposits, and we are constantly on the drive of looking in search for these minerals so that we are able to generate those resources and give it to the government of India. And of course, that will be able to sustain the economy of the nation and will be less dependent on the outside resources, because we are completely in dearth of these minerals as far as many of the, and of course, many other countries have a monopoly on that also. Now we need to look on the technologies where institutions like IITs and many of these universities come into play. Because when China happens to be mining scandium at about 35 ppm, we are already getting values of 70 ppm to about 140 ppm. But we are absolutely clueless as to how to extract them. The extraction technology is something that we are completely lacking. And I say it in the open house, and that is we need to match, to join hands with people who can come forward and do it in an economical way as far as sustainability is concerned. That's very, very important, how we need to look at the future. We are the nodal agency for all landslide activities in the country. That means all vulnerable terrains, that is the northwestern and the northeastern part of the Himalayas, and even the Nilgiris in the South India. We have already developed an early warning system, which has been inaugurated by Honorable Union Minister for Coal and Mines, Shri G. Kishan Reddy Sahab. And we are almost in the process of warning our important infrastructure, including the habitation, about the possible occurrence of a landslide when it is going to happen. When I talk of seismic microzonation, that is a very important tool to actually gauge an area when a particular earthquake or the nature of it can affect in what magnitude and intensity, and what are the retrofitting effects and what are the technologies that need to be used so that we can protect ourselves. In that case, the present ongoing, the metro railway network in Bihar, in Patna for that matter, they are completely relying on the seismic microzonation report that we have presented, and that's also something which drives the point as far as sustainability is concerned. Now I would like to focus on the academia here, because it was during the regime of Shri K. Rajeshwara Rao Sahab, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Mines, Government of India, somewhere in 2018-19, that he introduced a concept called as Bhuvi Samvad. That means, on a common platform, bringing the academia and the professional institutions together. These happen to be the supply lines, sir. Unless we equip them, I talk of only my subject, geology or geoscience. I'm sure there are many students out here in this hall who are taking this discipline on a professional level. And it is to bring the right amount of enthusiasm in them so that they are properly driven, so that these kind of interaction programs can be helpful for them. And that is how we can generate the supply line. That is how we can generate the second line of defense as far as great organizations, their input is concerned, in terms of having the right skill sets through a common examination or through different modes of recruitment. So I think these are the thoughts we are continuously working at, and I'm sure, as I correctly pointed out, something for your consumption also. Our former Director General, Geological Survey of India, has cleared the requirement of meeting, sending publications or their manuscripts of publications to various houses, and the rigors of going through the grills of the department has been eased, and we can now directly write to you, and you can print it out, of course, meeting your requirements of
Absolutely,
publication.
we would be love to have that meeting also to see how we can strengthen from a publishing standpoint.
Yes. Because being a scientific field, a lot of people are writing on different aspects of study.
Would be happy to look at that.
Thank you.
And in interest of time, I think the panelists would be here. We can interact after this instead of Q&A, because we're already over time. Ladies and gentlemen, it was a pleasure having stalwarts or thought leaders from energy, from healthcare, biotechnologies, from computer science and advanced computing to mines and minerals. It was a pleasure interacting with all of you. Big round of applause for all of them, because they've been contributing in building this nation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, panelists, for such a brainstorming and interactive session. As we conclude this session, I now invite the moderator, Mr. Sarvasiddhi, to felicitate our esteemed panelists with a memento as a token of appreciation. I would like to invite our DG sir to receive the memento. Next, I would like to request Mr. Venkatesh to kindly felicitate Professor Rajat Moona. Now, I would like to request Mr. Venkatesh to kindly felicitate Dr. Akhori Vishwapriya. Next, I would like to request Dr. Shankaran to receive the memento. Thank you, panelists. On behalf of the organizing committee, I extend my sincere gratitude to our moderator and panelists for sharing their profound insights and expertise. Your valuable perspectives have illuminated the pivotal role of academic research in shaping a sustainable future. We deeply appreciate your time and contribution to this meaningful discourse. As we wrap up this insightful day, we invite you to immerse yourself in a mesmerizing cultural evening, a celebration of India's rich heritage, vibrant traditions, and artistic brilliance brought to life by the talented performers of the PDEU Cultural Group. Let the rhythm of culture and the spirit of sustainability inspire us as we move forward in our journey towards a better future. It will take approximately 15 to 20 minutes to set up the stage for cultural event. So for the time being, we can move for the high tea break. Thank you.
Ankit. Ankit. Excuse me, sir. Sir.
Hey, chick, chick. Hey. Hey, chick, chick. Hull. Check. Hello. Check. Check. Hello. Check. Check. Hello.
મિતેશભાઈ મને ખાલી એક આપો ને એક ખાલી હું શૂટ લઈ લઉં. હું એક લઈ લઉં પછી જાઉં અંદર. ઓકે જાઓ. તમે એવા ને ના
What a mesmerizing start to the evening. To keep this beautiful vibe going, we have another soul-stirring solo performance by Anurag. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause.
Hello. good morning to all the beautiful ladies and gentlemen here. Let's make this mehfil a very memorable one. We'll just start shortly. very good evening to all the ladies and gentlemen here. Extremely sorry for the technical glitches occurred. Let's make this mahfil a very memorable one.
तो
किस तरह गिर है ये सूरज, है रोम रोम एक तारा, है रोम रोम एक तारा जो बादलों में से गुजरे। ये मोह मोह के धागे तेरी उंगलियों से जल जाए, कोई टोह टोह ना लागे, किस तरह गिर है ये सूरज। दा रा 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 दा रा 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 Thank you very much.
That was simply amazing by Anurag. Now we have with us Dr. Shaleen, also with his professional excellence, has incredible voice. Dr. Shaleen, we would love for you to grace us with your amazing voice.
बहुत ही रॉन्ग इंट्रोडक्शन दिया है मेरा. Just wanted to sing few lines for my team, the excellent team that I have. And आगे जो गा के गए उनको भी स्पेक्स थे, मुझे भी स्पेक्स हैं. तो now you will get to know that हर चश्मे वाला अच्छा गाना नहीं गा सकता है. Okay? So I'll need your clap when I sing because I don't have instruments. Okay? Let us go. हम रहे या ना रहे कल, कल याद आएंगे ये पल, पल ये है प्यार के पल. चल आ मेरे संग चल, चल सोचे क्या छोटी सी है जिंदगी, कल मिल जाए तो होगी खुशनसीबी. हम रहे या ना रहे याद आएंगे ये पल. Thank you.
It was truly amazing, sir. Now, up next, we have a duet performance by Ahlanan and Shefali from Offbeat. Their harmony and passion for music are sure to leave you spellbound. Let's welcome them with a big round of applause.
जाओ ऊपर चले जाओ, मैं प्ले कर दूँगा, तो मेरे को बस बता देना कब प्ले करूँ. As many of you already know me, so I'm gonna sing one of the very popular songs from Nusrat Fateh Ali Khan Saab. In Coke Studio, it is rendered by Mr. Rahat Fateh Ali Khan and Momina Mustahsan. So we are gonna try that song for you. So I hope you enjoy it.
Hello. Check.
If you know the song, please sing with me. ऐसा देखा नहीं खूबसूरत कोई, जिस्म जैसे अजंता की मूरत कोई, जिस्म जैसे निगाहों पे जादू कोई, जिस्म नगमा कोई, जिस्म खुशबू कोई, जिस्म जैसे महकती हुई चांदनी, जिस्म जैसे मचलती हुई रागिनी, जिस्म जैसे के खिलता हुआ एक चमन, जिस्म जैसे के सूरज की पहली किरण, जिस्म तरसा हुआ दिल कशो दिल नशी, सरदरी सरदरी मरमरी मरमरी, उसने जाना कि तारीफ मुमकिन नहीं, उसने जाना कि तारीफ मुमकिन नहीं, आफरी 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 आफरी, तू भी देखे अगर तो कहे हम नशी, आफरी 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 आफरी, उसने जाना कि तारीफ मुमकिन नहीं, उसने जाना कि तारीफ मुमकिन नहीं.
जाने कैसे बांधे तूने आँखियों के डोर, मन मेरा खिंचा चला आया तेरी ओर, मेरे चेहरे की शोभा जुल्फों की शान, मेरा सब कुछ है प्यार से तेरे नाम, नजरों में तेरी छुआ तो है ये जादू हुआ, होने लगी हूँ ऐसी. आफरी 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 आफरी. चेहरा एक फूल के तरह शादाब है,
चेहरा उसका है यार कोई महताब है,
चेहरा जैसे हज़ल, चेहरा
चेहरा जैसे कली, चेहरा जैसे कमल, चेहरा एक भूल वीर भी, तास्वीर भी, चेहरा एक ख्वाब भी, चेहरा ताबीर भी, चेहरा कोई अल्फ लैल भी दास्ता, चेहरा एक पल यकीन, चेहरा एक पल गुमा, चेहरा जैसे के चेहरा कहीं भी नहीं। महरू महरू मजहबी मजहबी, हुस्ने जाना की तारीफ मुमकिन नहीं, हुस्ने जाना की तारीफ मुमकिन नहीं। आखिरी 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 आखिरी, तू भी देखे अगर तो कहे हम नशी। आखिरी 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 आखिरी, उसने जाना की तारीफ मुमकिन नहीं। Sani saga dhani dhani sani saga dhani dhani sani saga dhani dhani saga dhani saga ma ga sa dhani ni sa ga ga ma da dhani ni sa da ni da ma ga ma sa ga ma sa ga ma sa ni sa ga ni da ni da ma ga ma sa ni da ma ga sa dhani ni sa ga ma da dhani ni sa ga ga dhani ni da ma ga sa da ga sa dhani sa ga ma sa ni sa ga ni da ni da ma ga ni ni da ma ga ni ni da ma ni ni ma ga ga ma ga ga ni ni da ga ni ni da ga ma da ni ni da ni da ga ma ga ma da ga ma ga ma Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, we have another surprise for you. I would like to invite Dr. Akuri Bishnoi Priya to grace us with his amazing voice. Dr. Akuri Bishnoi Priya.
बट मुझे लाइन पास रहेगा ठीक रहेगा। हेलो, ऐसे ही ले या यहाँ से ही गा गुड इवनिंग एवरीबॉडी। वेल, जस्ट ट्राइंग नंबर, आप लोग को देख के मन कर गया इसलिए। सो आई होप यू लाइक दिस। दिस इज अ सॉन्ग फ्रॉम दिस कॉल मैं कोई ऐसा गीत गाऊं। सो गला थोड़ा ठीक नहीं है बट फिर भी कोशिश करता हूँ। ओके, वॉल्यूम इसका नहीं, वॉल्यूम से
मैं कोई ऐसा गीत गाऊं कि आरज़ू जगाऊं, मैं कोई ऐसा गीत गाऊं कि आरज़ू जगाऊं, अगर तुम कहो। मैं कोई ऐसा गीत गाऊं कि आरज़ू जगाऊं, अगर तुम कहो। मैं कोई ऐसा गीत गाऊं कि आरज़ू जगाऊं, अगर तुम कहो। तुमको बुलाऊं, ये पल के बिछाऊं, कदम तुम जहाँ जहाँ रखो। ज़मीं को आसमां बनाऊं, सितारों से सजाऊं, अगर तुम कहो। मैं कोई ऐसा गीत गाऊं कि आरज़ू जगाऊं, अगर तुम कहो। मैं तितलियों के पीछे भागूं, मैं जुगनुओं के पीछे जाऊं, ये रंग है वो रोशनी है, तुम्हारे पास दोनों लाऊं। जितनी खुशबुएं बाग में मिली, जितनी खुशबुएं बाग में मिली, मैं लाऊं वहाँ पे कि तुम तो जहाँ जहाँ भी एक पल भी ठहरू, मैं गुलसिता बनाऊं, अगर तुम कहो। मैं कोई ऐसा गीत गाऊं कि आरज़ू जगाऊं, अगर तुम कहो। अगर कहो तो मैं सुनाऊं तुम्हें हंसी कहानियां, सुनोगे क्या मेरी जुबानी, तुम एक परी की दास्तां, या मैं करूं तुमसे बयां, या मैं करूं तुमसे बयां, कि राजा से रानी मिले थे कहाँ कहानियों के नगर में, तुम्हें लेके जाऊं, अगर तुम कहो। तुमको बुलाऊं, ये पल के बिछाऊं, कदम तुम जहाँ जहाँ रखो। ज़मीं को आसमां बनाऊं, सितारों से सजाऊं, अगर तुम कहो। मैं कोई ऐसा गीत गाऊं कि आरज़ू जगाऊं, अगर तुम कहो। हाँ, अगर तुम कहो। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
That was truly brilliant, sir. Today we have so many amazing talents sitting in the first row. One of them is also Uttam Kumar Bhuvi, HOD of Petroleum Engineering. Now I would like to invite him.
a minute. Good evening, everybody. Once I was performer on the stage, but you know, with age, maybe I may not. So please accept whatever is there, but still I can perform so many songs in front of you. I'll try my best, because it requires संगीत एक चर्चा होता है, संगीत एक actually prayer होता है, संगीत एक साधना होता है. We are not regularly doing it because सांसों का जो problem है वो हो सकता है with age, but I'll try my best, okay?
कोई नहीं है, unskippable attitude.
Actually, for you people, it's a love song. गुंजन है मेरा दिल, कब से संभाले रखा है दिल, तेरे लिए, तेरे लिए, तेरे लिए, तेरे लिए. भौरे की गुंजन है मेरा दिल, कब से संभाले रखा है दिल, तेरे लिए, तेरे लिए, तेरे लिए. मुझे कब से थी प्यार की जुस्तुजू, मेरी जिंदगानी में है तू ही तू. मुझे कब से थी प्यार की जुस्तुजू, मेरी जिंदगानी में है तू ही तू. मैं आया हूँ दुनिया में तेरे लिए, मेरे दिल में झूमे तेरी आरज़ू. भौरे की गुंजन है मेरा दिल, कब से संभाले रखा है दिल, तेरे लिए, तेरे लिए, गगन से भी ऊंचा मेरा प्यार है, तुझी पर मिटूंगा इकरार है. गगन से भी ऊंचा मेरा प्यार है, तुझी पर मिटूंगा इकरार है. तू इतना समझ ले मेरे हम सफर, तेरे प्यार से मेरा संसार है. भौरे की गुंजन है मेरा दिल, कब से संभाले रखा है दिल, तेरे लिए, तेरे लिए, तेरे लिए, तेरे लिए, तेरे लिए, तेरे लिए, तेरे लिए. Sir, can I get the mic?
Phenomenal as usual by Uttam Bhoi sir. Now it's time for another soul-stirring solo performance, bringing us yet another captivating melody. We have Alanan once again, ready to take us on a musical journey with his deep musical expression. Let's hear it for Alanan.
So the song I'm going to sing, most probably आप में से 99% लोगों ने नहीं सुना होगा, even though it is a सोनू निगम song. So it is और उतना पुराना भी नहीं है, 2022 में उन्होंने गाया था. So the song is named as याद, which is a very underrated song. YouTube पे भी सिर्फ 12,000 या 22,000 इतने ही views हैं. So वो गाना मुझे बहुत पसंद है and मेरे दिल के बहुत करीब है. So I'm gonna sing it and not just that, but उसमें सिर्फ एक ही अंतरा है. तो मैंने दूसरा अंतरा जो मैं गाऊंगा वो मैंने खुद ने लिखा है, which is my own writing. So I hope you enjoy it. भैया मुझे reverb देना ना थोड़ा सा. Hello, 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 okay, okay. गाने का जो सेटिंग है, ऑथर जो है वो बारिश में बैठे और बूंदों में उनको अपने भैया की याद आ रही है, तो उसके ऊपर उन्होंने लिखा है. उसके ऊपर मैंने जो अपनी थोड़ी लाइंस लिखी है वो मैं सुनाना चाहूँगा.
बारिशों की बूंदों में भी है तेरी ही छवि, गीली माटी की खुशबू में भी याद तेरी ही मिलने का बहाना आज नया सा दिल को मिला है आखिर दूर इतना मुझसे हो तुम ये क्या सिलसिला फिर तू किसी बहाने यार आने लगी है मुझको फिर तू किसी बहाने यार आने लगी है मुझको Thank you.
What a soulful voice, absolutely breathtaking from Alanan. Now get ready to witness the vibrant and electrifying spirit of Garba, the folk dance of Gujarat. The renowned Garba crew of PDEU, known for their energy, elegance and seamless coordination, are here to bring the rich cultural heritage of Gujarat to life with their graceful yet amazing dance moves. So let's celebrate this mesmerizing art form and cheer for Malav Namanyara. Wow, that was truly exhilarating. The energy, the rhythm, absolutely infectious. Now, shifting the mood back to an electrifying musical experience, we have a band performance by Offbeat. Let's welcome them with a huge round of applause.
हल 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 एक सीटिंग माइक और चाहिए एम्प के आगे लगाने के लिए। आउट मिल रहा है शेरविन? आउट मिल रहा है या एक्सटर्नल लगाना है? पोजीशंस चेंज करें जो एक बार, पोजीशंस चेंज करें जो एक बार। ओके गुड। आपसे जो बाकी जो अनुराग अनुराग गिटार ट्यून ट्यून છે ટ્યુન છે क्षितिज तू ग्रैंड पियानो ऑन करके कोर्स दे देना डी माइनर बी फ्लैट एफ सी ठीक है। क्षितिज इज कमिंग फॉर चेकिंग द काउंट। और 3 स्टैंडिंग माइक और चाहिए भैया। स्टैंडिंग, स्टैंड के साथ माइक्स, एक बेस गिटारिस्ट को, एक एकोस्टिक गिटारिस्ट को और एक मुझे। माइक अजू नीचे कर, नीचे कर, नीचे कर। हाँ, ये मोनो में डालो तुम, चलेगा? एल/आर होगा ना? आर ये है, एल मोनो में, ठीक। 5 नंबर। तो एंकर नो माइक मारो, અહીંયા સેટ કરજો, હજુ બાકી છે, હું તો અહીંયાથી બેલેન્સિંગ કરાવું છું। વાંધો નહીં। Come on guys, timer is on. Fast. अभी 10-15 मिनट में कंप्लीट हो गया। हेलो चेक। भैया विस्लिंग आ रही है थोड़ी, इनमें बेस कम कर दो। कोई बात नहीं, पहले सेट कर लो, बाद में बैलेंसिंग कर दे। અત્યારે બંધ રાખો પહેલાથી। तो चालू नहीं थी वाला। बिना वृषांक के थोड़ा अधूरा लग रहा है, कोई बात नहीं। अनुराग है, थैंक यू आर्निता, तू आ गया सच खरे। तो जोगी भी कैंसिल है तो पैटर्न वगैरह कह रहा हूँ, बेस बता रहा हूँ। आखो कह रहा हूँ आप, मिड बता रहा हूँ, सहज मिड बता रहा हूँ, तबला। मॉनिटर्स ऑन है अंकल, मॉनिटर्स ऑन है। ओके काहोन पाछड़ અને હજુ એક સ્ટેન્ડિંગ માઇક જોઈશે, કરીએ છીએ। પેલું ઓછું કર, સ્નેર ઓછું કર। ओके गेन વધારો ને, गेन આપજો। બેઝ વધારજો, બેઝ વધારજો. હવે ગેન આપજો ને થોડો. ગેન હજુ વધારો. ચલો તમે બંને એક સાથે ચેક કરી લો. 1 2 3 ગો. ઓકે લીવ ઇટ. હજુ કાહોનમાં સહેજ ગેન આપી દેજો ને વધારે. ખાલી તબલાની ફ્રીક્વન્સીને એના લેવલને મેચ કરી લે એટલું. ઓકે વાંધો નહીં. मैं कर लूंगा ये हमारे कीबोर्ड 50 पर रख. बताओ कीबोर्ड. ओके डन. एकोस्टिक गिटार. તારામાં કેટલો છે અત્યારે? વધારો ગેન આપો. ગેન ઓકે ડન. બેઝ ગિટાર. बेस बढ़ाओ. अनुराग तेरे में से फुल कर दे. फुल है. बढ़ाओ. आ रहा है बहुत कम है. बढ़ाओ. और बढ़ाओ. गेन बढ़ाओ. थोड़ा. ओके डन. शेरविन इलेक्ट्रिक गिटार वो माइक में है. हेलो. स्टमिंग निकले. बाहर उतना नहीं आ रहा है. इलेक्ट्रिक. आर्श एंड शेरविन दोनों साथ में. एंड अनुराग. 1 2 3 गो. ओके डन. श्रीज एंड आर्नी जॉइनर. 1 2 3 4. बेस बढ़ाओ. स्नेयर 0 कर. साउंड नहीं. जीरो कर दे. 70 कर दे. भाई स्नेर में છે ને હાઈ જે છે ને હાઈ એકદમ ઉતારી નાખો. કાહોન જે છે કાહોનમાં હાઈ ઉતારી નાખો. खाली बेस અને મિડ રાખો, હાઈ કાપી નાખો. चारों साथ में in 1 2 3 go. काहन बढ़ाओ भैया, काहन. और बेस बढ़ा दो, बेस बढ़ाओ, बेस और काहन. काहन थोड़ा. कीबोर्ड भी 1 पॉइंट बढ़ा दो, कीबोर्ड 1 पॉइंट बढ़ा दो, कीबोर्ड बढ़ा दो, कीबोर्ड. वोकलिस्ट फटाफट.
हेलो हेलो.
रिंगिंग हो रहा है भैया.
Whistling आवाज. Check, check. Sa mic check. Hello, hello. Check, check, check. Check, check, check. Hello,
check.
Hello, 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 hello. Check, check.
Hello, hello, check. Hello.
Check.
Hello. Check. Hello. रिंगिंग हो रहा है. Hello, check, check. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, check, check, check. Hello,
Hello, hello, hello, hello, check, check, check.
check. Hello, hello, check. Hello, check,
Hello,
check.
hello,
Hello, check. Hello, hello, check. Hello, check. Hello, check. या सिर्फ रिंगिंग काट दो, बाकी सब चलेगा.
Check, 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 check. Hello, 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 hello.
Hello, 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 hello. Check. Hello, check. Hello, hello. Sorry for the delay, but we promise you that this delay will be worth it.
Hello.
So just wait for 1 or 2 more minutes.
Hello.
We'll be starting the performance soon.
Hello,
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 hello, hello, hello, hello. Hello.
गेन बढ़ाइए.
भाई 4 नंबर का सुनाई नहीं दे रहा है.
हेलो,
मुझे सुनाई नहीं दे रहा.
हेलो, 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 हेलो,
Okay.
हेलो, हेलो. हेलो, थोड़ा गेन. हेलो,
भैया विस्लिंग काट दीजिए ना प्लीज. ये वाले माइक में विस्लिंग बहुत आ रही है. उसमें हाई और मिड काट दीजिए.
हेलो, हेलो,
रिंगिंग बहुत आ रहा है इसके अंदर. तो मेरे में भी आ रहा है.
दोनों में आ रहा है.
हेलो, हेलो. ये मॉनिटर्स की वजह से आ रहा हो तो मॉनिटर्स काट दीजिए पूरे. हाँ, वैसे भी कहाँ आवाज आ रही है. भैया मॉनिटर्स ही काट दीजिए पूरे. Check. Hello.
Hello.
Set. Okay. One, two, three, go. जोगी तेरे प्यार में मैं तो जोगन हो गई रे। जोगी तेरे प्यार में मैं तो जोगन हो गई रे। छोड़ के दुनिया के बंधन मैं तो तुझ में खो गई रे। जोगी तेरे प्यार में मैं तो जोगन हो गई रे। कुछ भी मुमकिन तू नहीं है तो क्या है। अब नहीं है कुछ भी मुमकिन तू नहीं है तो क्या है। टूटी थी और उलझी थी मैं अब तो पूरी हो गई रे। जोगी तेरे प्यार में मैं तो जोगन हो गई रे।
On the bass guitar, we have Anurag. On the electric guitar, we have Sherwin. On acoustics, we have Ash. On keyboard, we have Elhanan. On vocals, we have Elhanan, I, Ratnupriya, and Kshitij. On percussions, tabla, we have Shrij. On percussions, cajon, we have Ernie.
हाँ जिस वालिया उस वल का हुआ सकोल किताबा चारे दीम 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 तेरे
धड़कनों की इन सांसों से अब तो अनबन हो गई वे, धड़कनों की इन सांसों से अब तो अनबन हो गई वे, जोगी तेरे प्यार में मैं तो जोगन हो गई वे, जोगी तेरे प्यार में मैं तो जोगन हो गई वे।
This session will reconvene tomorrow from 9:30 a.m. So kindly be present in this hall tomorrow itself.
What an amazing and incredible evening it has been. From smoothing melodies to high energy performances, we have witnessed the true essence of art and culture tonight. Before we wrap up, a big thank you to each one of you for being such a fantastic audience. And with that, we officially conclude day 1 of India Sustainability Conclave 2025. Let's carry forward this energy into tomorrow as we continue exploring ideas, innovations, and solutions for a better future. Thank you, everyone.
Applause वाला बोला ही नहीं मैं ऑडियंस देख के applause huge round of applause ऑडियंस देख के कोई था ही नहीं मजाक कर रहा हूँ
जस्ट वो स्टेज पे गाएगी और मेरे सामने जस्ट वही आइसेक वाला वाइट कुर्ता वही आइसेक वाला वाइट कुर्ता